negative.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
Welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are a production of the Nefarious Media Network and proudly presented by the good people here at Post Wrestling. What is up, y'all? Happy New Year. We have a big show to kick off 2026, and we are glad that you have decided to take this ride with us. So let's not waste any time. Let's not dilly-dally. Let's bring on the advocates, of course. First of all, I am one of your hosts, the Godfather Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster. Over 10 years in the game. Not a damn thing has changed. And I am joined by my right-hand man, by my partner in crime. Some people call this brother the angry intellectual, while others call him Moderna Chris, and others call him Mimosa Chris. But he is the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. He is the man that sets Substack on fire every time he puts pen to paper. He is the mastermind that engineered the trade to bring Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers. He is my friend, my brother, the esteemed Dr. Chris Ely, a.k.a. Chris from LA. Can we rock? What's up, Doc? Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year. Happy another trip around the sun. I thought that this would be a slow month for wrestling news, and we already got like hot stories just hitting us left and right. And, once January hit, so, I'm looking forward to talking about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a busy episode of the world's fastest wrestling podcast, the NWA Podcast here on Post Wrestling. So let me bring in another member of the crew. Y'all know this brother. This brother stay ready. So he ain't got to get ready, Chris. Matter of fact, I believe he might be in the gym right now working on his fitness. So y'all give it up for one half of your host of Ring Theory, which can be found each and every month at the Nefarious Media Network. He is the holder of the Shula Fala. He is the leader of the mid-card Marauders. Y'all give it up for our brother and our friend, upper mid-card, Jay Lacey. What's good, brother?
What's happening? Hey, 2026 was a crazy year. It's only been 15. How many days we been in there? It's been a crazy year already. Right?
Yeah.
It's been a crazy year already, man. I'm looking forward to the conversation with you brothers and ready to get it cracking. Let's go.
Hey, you don't have to look far for crazy news in the world of professional wrestling, because it's something that could happen uptown, Chris. It could happen midtown. It could happen downtown. Hell, it could even happen in your town. And when it does happen, there's one brother who I want to hear his thoughts and opinions and theories on these topics. He is Jay's tag team partner over at Ring Theory. Y'all know him. Y'all love him. Show some love to this man. Gerard, Downtown Brown. What's good, brother?
Hey, what's good, everybody?
It's good to be with you all and to chat some pro wrestling. The start of a new year. You see WWE trying to start their rise of their new stars. You see AEW with the same New Japan. Everybody, it's a new beginning, and so everybody's got that sense of we gotta bring our new in and get our old out. And so we're gonna talk about all the exchanges of new and old on this episode. So I can't wait to dive into it with y'all.
Looking forward to it, brother. Looking forward to it. Shout out to that man Gerard Brown out here looking like a neo soul singer. Looking like he about to do a duet with Maxwell. Y'all ain't ready for this?
You see me crying about that?
Yo, that still is one of the best songs, man.
Like
shout out to Maxwell.
Swimming in that concrete and shit, you know?
Yes. But our next guest is a brother that's probably listened to Maxwell a time or two, maybe crying over a glass of spilt milk, if you will. But we are here to bring him in because he is the super producer. He is the man that keeps things running here at the NWA Podcast on Post Wrestling. He is the Caitlin Clark of podcast production, which is why so many people call this man Caitlin Dark. Y'all give it up for our brother, our friend, and our producer, Two-Way Ray Williams.
Hey, what's going on, good brothers? Always a pleasure to be with you all and everybody that's in attendance through the chat and through YouTube and wherever you are. We appreciate you joining us. Not only happy New Year to you, brothers, but also happy MLK weekend to you, brothers. While we can still celebrate, we were talking off there. I know even racist white men love a day off every now and then. So hopefully, we can keep
I used to have this job where there was a white lady. It was a black-owned company, but there was a white lady. She would always work Martin Luther King Day, and she'd come up with some kind of excuse why she was doing it. But she was racist, but the boss of the company kept her around because she was decent at her job, you know. So
well, here's the thing, Chris, because even a broken clock can be right twice a day. I actually salute her for that, man, because if she working, that means the brothers and sisters get to take their rightful day off.
Exactly.
Right. Look, I ain't crazy. I ain't mad about it, you know. Shit. Do what you do. You. And one of the titles that's not a kayfabe title is every time I post an article, a corporate journalist gets pissed at me. So that's the true thing. So
Jake Tapper in the industry.
Yeah, Jake Tapper doesn't love me at the moment. So
damn, Chris and Jake Tapper out here on these streets. They squabbling, y'all. They squabbling
out here. Well, what they do is they don't name me, and I think they purposely do that. They'll be like, "Yeah, some punk at Lincoln Square wrote this article about me," and I'm the only motherfucker that wrote the article. So if you go name a nigga, name me. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, don't dance around the person that did it. You know, I need the followers. You know, I need the pub.
Chris said he wants to smoke.
Yeah.
His Substack is up, and he wants to smoke, ladies and gentlemen. But we're not here to talk about the smoke. Of course, we are here to talk about the world of pro wrestling. But before we get to that, some housekeeping items. Number one, anybody that is watching this evening, you have the opportunity to engage in the conversation with us. There's a couple ways you can do that through the chat feature on your YouTube, man. Let us know your comments and thoughts about what we discuss. But if you want to be a VIP, if you want to be a baller, if you want to be a shot caller, Ray, with 20-inch rims on your Impala, hit us with that super chat. Smash, splash that super chat button, and you will get to cut the front of the line. And here's the thing about the super chats. The crazy thing is, Ray, it ain't even got to be about what we are discussing at the moment. You could chime into the conversation, or you could take us on a trip to Tangent Town. You could have us discuss Sergeant Craig Pittman's greatest matches in WCW. You could have us discuss whether the Freebird rule is really a cogent strategy for a stable. We can discuss who got the best gear in the game right now and why is it Nia Jax. There's a lot of things we can talk about, but you got to hit that super chat button before we even think about speaking on that. So that's part one of the housekeeping, Ray. Part two of the housekeeping, as I mentioned off the top, the NWA Podcast is a co-production between Post Wrestling and the Nefarious Media Network. And everybody that you see on your screen right now, everybody that you hear in your ears, if you're listening in audio form right now, is a part of the Nefarious Media Network. And we are, as of tomorrow, at our 1-year anniversary from when we did the changeover from the Kings of Sport to Nefarious Media. And we've had a wild ride for year one. And as Chris likes to often say, man, it's the level up year. Excited for what we have in store for 2026. But you can help us along the way. Because here's the thing, Ray. A lot of times, man, I do the promos and stuff like that. But it's more out of habit, man. I don't really be feeling it sometimes when I be doing the promotion and whatnot. But sometimes, even if a person is doing the wrong thing, you can learn a lesson from what they're doing. Because we're going to talk a little bit later in the show about who is presenting and hosting WWE's Royal Rumble this year. And I don't have a lot in common with him, Gerard Brown. I don't have a lot in common with him, Jay Lacey. But what I will say that those individuals do well is market themselves through that medium. Because I can't tell you how many times I see the commercials, Chris, and think about all the atrocities and the bad things that those individuals have done. But then they hit you with that little jingle at the end of the commercial. And like, you know what? They might not be so bad after all, Jay, because they got that jingle. Right. That's how they get you, man. That repetition. That it's a mimetic device, I believe is what they call it, Chris. That locks you in. And so, you know what? I'm gonna take a page out of their book and what they use to promote the nonsense and the BS. We gonna use to promote what we're doing here at Nefarious Media. Now we ain't got no jingle. Ray ain't produced one yet. Ray, you got to get us a little to promote after we say something controversial or whatnot. But this year, man, if y'all believe what we're doing here at Post Wrestling, if y'all believe at what we've done with the Kings of Sport for 13, 14 years, if y'all believe in what we're trying to build here with Nefarious, help a brother out, help a sister out, help the team out. And there's a couple ways you can do that. Number one is go to the Patreon, because we are still, even though it's a new year, Jay, we still got our foot on the gas pedal. All gas, no brakes, yada I mean, because we are still on the drive for 500 Patreon subscribers will get us a long ways towards doing some different things with the network, doing some different things on the Patreon, specifically with Patreon exclusive shows. It will allow us to bring in some extra production help, to help Ray out, to help Jay out, man, so we can do more things with the network, man, because we got a lot of talented, hardworking people that we just don't have the time because everybody's busy, everybody's working, man. But something that can help us free up some time is money. It's funny how that works in a capitalistic society. Time can buy you money, and money can buy you time. Think about it. So if you want to help us out, man, not even $5, y'all, $3. Less than the cost of a biggie bag. If you go to Wendy's right now, Jay, with $3 talking about something, I want a biggie bag, they will laugh in your face, brother, because you can't get one. You can't even get the nuggets and the drink for $3. Not in this economy, but $3 can get you over 300 hours of audio and video presented by the Nefarious Media Network. The other half of the drive for 500 is subscribe to the YouTube channel, because 500 subscribers gets us halfway to monetization. And like I said, man, we try to do some big things this year, man. I got a lot of people on this squad, many of them that you see in front of you tonight, that's fired up and ready to go, particularly in the times that we live in, particularly for such a time as this. So if y'all believe in what we're doing, if y'all believe in the work and the entertainment and the content that we provide, all we ask is for a little bit of your time and a little bit of your money, and we're going to make it do what it do. So with that being said, Ray Williams, while you're thinking about that jingle that we can use when we say stuff, that damn jingle. Ray Williams, what is topic number 1 for the January 2026 edition of the NWA Podcast.
Well, let's get into some new additions to the main roster because it seems as though
Bobby, Ricky, and Mike.
Yes. NXT is getting pretty much gutted, but they are bringing on some new talent from Evolve. But with that being said, there are 3 major signings, 2 of which have already appeared on television. Well, one of which has appeared on television. The other was signed off television, off screen rather. And then the other brother who is on the way. So let's go ahead and get started with Trick Willie himself, aka Mr. Trick and Nay, aka Trick Williams, making his debut on SmackDown in a big way, going back and forth with Sami Zayn, and also getting his debut victory over Matt Cardona soon. So first of all, how do you guys think Trick Willie was portrayed on SmackDown? Do you think he was kind of given his due diligence, and what do you guys see for him down the future?
I think he was portrayed okay. I don't. There was nothing that with the way he portrayed that's got me thinking that they think he's an exceptional dude. I'll tell you this. I don't think I think Matt Cardona is a jobber with his real name now. I'll just say that. But I think Trick is I think there's hope for him. I don't think he's like dead in the water, but I don't think he came in like the biggest A-lister, but I do think he felt like a big deal, but he didn't feel like a Brock Lesnar beating down the Hardy Boys, or beating down Maven or whoever else he beat down when he debuted. It didn't feel like that, but it felt important,
Gerard, what did you think of Trick Willie?
For me, I really enjoyed his debut. Both debut coming out dealing with Sammy, who I think might be his WrestleMania opponent, in all honesty. Okay. I genuinely think Sammy will then round out probably beating him at Mania to give him like a that humbling. There's no grander stage to humble you than at WrestleMania. And so I know they're going into that fatal 4-way. Sammy's going to win that fatal 4-way at Saturday Night's Main Event, but Trick is going to get that opportunity after Sammy's shine to really get on the mic, run against him, and be like his diametrical opposite, which really, when you watch them on screen, you see Trick coming out the drip, the energy, the vibe. Yeah. And I love Sammy, but boy, does that man just look like some dry toast. And he came out doing he looked like a true civilian. Like, I'm no insult to the man. You dress when you want to be comfortable, you want to be comfortable. But at the end of the day, they had this different energy, and I like what they had. Him coming out and then being against Randy Orton, I like that energy, and they're putting him against stars right away. They did the same thing with Melo. But the weird thing is, and it's not the weird thing, it's the one thing that Trick has in his favor. It's his attributes. He's looking Randy in the eyes. Not the size differential. Right. So he's standing over Sammy. Right. These other people. He's got the size, he's got the gift of gab on the mic, he's got the charisma, he's got people chanting "whoop that Trick" in different towns as he's coming in. So like
in England,
it's good to see that. And England I expected because like they also watch TNA. And so like his little excursion into TNA last year probably also helped build up his star just a different level, but he has a really good energy about him coming up that and they put a good amount of Dom Mysterio, it's him for Money in the Bank. Like I like Money in the Bank energy for these people coming up, and I think him having that briefcase, tricking it out, walking around, talking that mess the whole year with the briefcase, building himself up. I can see it for Trick. I can see it. People say Dom, but like I also see Trick being put in that role and that really benefiting him this year. So.
And they put a fair amount of baby oil on the dude. When it came out. You can always tell with the baby oil test.
If you're gonna be a star, you gotta shine, Chris. You gotta shine.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think that's a personal choice.
Have we not learned anything from Sean Combs with that baby oil though?
Oh no.
This is consensual baby oil. It's a
this
different
is the classic wrestler baby oil.
Yeah,
you know?
That's crazy.
Don't sully this, Jay. But Jay, what did you make of Trick's debut? As Gerard said, man, he's getting reactions. They put him in some high profile spots already from go. Are you optimistic about what the future holds for this Trick Williams bloke?
I am optimistic about what they're gonna do, not only for him but for all the people of color that are coming into the main roster. You know, it's almost like the universe is forcing Triple H's hand right now, saying, "Hey, look, you got all this talent over here. How you gonna fumble all this talent you got at your disposal?" You know, and I don't know. I like going back to, you know, it's kind of Trick adjacent, but Carmelo Hayes, right? He's got the U.S. title now, and so far they're doing a pretty decent job with him and his showing with the title. Going to Trick is a star. I mean, first of all, he's got that theme music where, you know, the crowd can chant along, and some of them know, you know, whoop that Trick, and those that don't know are gonna get familiar with it. And I think they're building him pretty well. So I'd say, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think he's at a 7 and climbing. And well, I mean, he did have a win against Ray Phoenix, even though, you know, he did, you know, pull tights. But who cares? You're supposed to be a heel. You're presented as a star. You're stunting on everybody. Do your thing, bro. So I see good things for him. Hopefully, like I said, Triple H doesn't mess this one up.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, Jay, because I feel like there's a couple things, and Gerard already pointed out one key difference that I think would benefit somebody like Trick and somebody like Oba Femi that a person like Carmelo Hayes lacks through no fault of his own, and it's just that physical stature. And as we've seen, like this is still a company that's a body company in a lot of ways. That's a big dude company in a lot of ways, and so Trick has that in his favor. He's gotten a lot better with his promos, I think, over the last year and a half. And then just that theme, that presentation. I think it's good sign for Trick coming in. And so to Jay's point, man, it's like Triple H, dog. Like, you got all these talented performers of color, man, coming up. Ain't no way, Trips. Ain't no way you can squander all of that. Now you might squander 1 or 2, but not all of them. And so I have high hopes for Trick, but they're measured hopes, Ray. Like I'm not gonna go crazy with it, because we've seen the historical pattern of this company. And until they show me otherwise, you know, past this prologue in terms of their booking strategies. But I'm optimistic. I think a 7 and climbing is a fair kind of grade to put on it. What do you think, Ray?
Well, I think the debut came off. He came off like a superstar. I think he came off like you guys mentioned. He has the gift of gab. He's got the size. He's got the look. And I just think that, like, right away when you put him, like you mentioned, Brother Jay, you put him with Sami Zayn, who's like a diametric opposite. Like, the brothers out here, or Gerard, you were mentioning, brothers out here just in frumpy sweats in a hoodie, just while your man Trick out here with the white fur and the lemon pepper steppers. So it's like you kind of see like that clash in styles between the two. So and I'm glad you already got him pitted against Sammy, who you can argue if the company sees him as a main eventer. He has been hovering around the main event for the last 5 years or so, but whether or not the company sees him fully as a main eventer, but he is in good company to be put in when you kind of square off against them. So I think they do see good things in Trick. I'm glad they did let him settle a little bit in NXT for a while, because if you guys didn't realize, like last year, I thought he was going to be a surprise entrant in the Royal Rumble, but I think that they still let him kind of get his bearings, even though he was like a 2-time champ already in NXT, and then they allowed him to work with different people in TNA, and so and had the whole heel turn as well. So I think that they allowed him to explore different areas of his character and also get better in the ring as well. So I think that this is the right spot for him to be in. As far as like a rating, as far as his debut, I mean, I don't know. I guess I could go with like 7.5, 8, because again, like you said, Chris, they didn't have him come out and manhandling guys. Like, even though he's 6'5", 250 pounds, he still needed to hold the tights on somebody. Like, he didn't just go out and destroy anybody. So, but I think they still made him look good, and they're still playing into like his heel persona right now as well. So I think he's got a good start going. It'll only be what if they have a plan for him moving forward, or if they're just going to just keep them floating out in the ether. So we'll see what happens with that.
Right.
I got a quick thing, like, and I want to cash in or just pass. Trick goes to Mania against Sammy, loses to Sammy. Spoiler alert: Sammy is going to next year's Mania in Saudi Arabia to win the World Heavyweight Championship. Trick is going to be Mr. Money in the Bank by then. Trick then is the one to cash in on Sammy and beat Sammy later on during Sammy's reign to get that humbling back off of Sammy. What do y'all think? Would you buy on that idea, or do you say, nah, I'm good on that idea?
I don't buy that. I want to, but I just I don't even see him having
about the future if this is going to actually happen because of the people in charge.
Right? Yeah.
Do you want to see that or not?
I don't mind seeing it. It's not. I don't know if I want to see it, but I don't. It's not like I'm not against seeing it. Yeah, I'm not against it.
Yeah, I would cash in on everything except him winning the Money in the Bank. I think they do want to see him win that title. I think they do want to see Sammy win that title, and I don't know if they want him to hold it until next Mania, which is back in the disputed location that we're going to be getting into.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It might be a little bit too early for Trick right now.
I like the idea, Gerard, like, just kind of leaving all the potential futures aside, just if we're looking at this as a booking idea. I think it's good. I think Sammy winning in Saudi Arabia, like, that's probably a layup for this company. The only thing I would make sure Trick does not cash in Saudi Arabia, because we don't need them problems, y'all. We don't need them problems.
And Sammy winning in Saudi Arabia is indicative of if Saudi Arabia is still getting along with Syria.
That is true.
A lot could happen between now and 2027,
especially with a specific leader of the free world poking his nose around all these spots.
Right, yeah.
He politics out my wrestling.
But yeah, I'm not against the idea at all, Gerard. I think it's a good way to kind of position Trick. Will they do it now? That's an entirely different question.
So I just would like to see the brother have a direct plan to a world title a lot sooner than all the rigmarole and all the we gotta give you more adversity. Like, I'm kind of tired.
What's more likely? Let's play this game, Gerard. Let's play this game. What is more likely? Your scenario where Trick eventually unseats Sammy for the championship, or Sammy or Trick has this meteoric rise and then eventually kind of levels out. And by next year, he's just going back and forth with Carmelo over the U.S. title.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, you right about the second.
No, you know what? I'm actually gonna say Trick is actually in a favorable position at the moment.
Okay.
Because I think when Powerhouse Hobbs debuts there, they are gonna want to show that Trick is the superior black guy.
So okay, let's stay here, Chris. Let's stay here, which is a weird place to stay on Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, but let's stay here because not only do we have the potential of Powerhouse, Will Hobbs, coming to the party, but we've also got the ruler on these streets, Chris. And so in the hands of a capable booking team, I'd be like, dude, that's an embarrassment of riches with those three talents. But in this company, with this track record, I think they're going to be like, it's too the gimmicks are too similar. They're all so similar. And there's only one thing that's similar about these three men is that two things. They're huge and they're black. But I don't think the company is nuanced enough to be able to tell three individual stories with those three individual performers.
Right. And the thing with Hobbs is I do if you would have asked me last year if he should debut on NXT, I would be against the idea because I do think his skills are enough to where he could debut on the main roster. However, the role that Hobbs plays is already served by Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed and, you know, a few other guys like that, the big guys, muscle guys kind of thing, you know. So I don't know if him debuting on the main roster is the best thing for him at the moment. And I don't know how like Triple H feels exactly about debut, because if Vince McMahon was there, Vince McMahon likes setting examples, like, you know, this is our people. It's not always like that with Vince. Every once in a while, once Vince gets the guy he wants, the guy that he had that kind of played the role of, like the Demolition, for example, once he got the Road Warriors, Demolition didn't matter anymore. And once when he got Ric Flair, Ted DiBiase took several back seats. So, you know,
that whole family needs to take several back seats. More on that later.
Yeah, I'm sure that's but yeah, like with it just really depends on Triple H's attitude towards people from another company. And people like to throw Cody Rhodes in that mix. Cody Rhodes started off in the WWE system, Florida Championship Wrestling, all that shit, you know. So I mean, he did come up through those ranks, so they can always reclaim the narrative that Cody Rhodes was our guy first. You know, these other people like a Powerhouse Hobbs, he's an AEW guy first, you know.
Yeah.
So,
and Cody was hot as fish grease when when he made that jump. Like, even whatever you want to say about his final months in AEW, when he was like, I'm going back to WWE, like, whoo, like Powerhouse Hobbs, and it's no offense to him, he doesn't have that buzz. Like there's interest, there's intrigue, but it's different when you've got like not only one of the other company's top stars, but one of the dudes that started the damn company that's coming home.
Right, yeah. He's more on the lines of like a upper mid Carter leaving and going there. You know?
Yeah. Watch yourself, bro.
Talking about Jade's people now.
Watch out now.
What do you think about that, Jay? Because like I think that the intrigue about Powerhouse Hobbs is there because we've all talked for months, years, damn near, about how talented this young man is. But in terms of Chris's initial question, like, do you think he'd be better served debuting on the main roster or debuting in NXT?
Nah, I think the better story for him should be NXT. And the reason is because he's got history with Ricky Saints.
Yeah.
You know, so Let the people that you already called up, like a Javon Evans and Oba Femi and Trick Williams and the rest of them, let them get their legs up under them first, and you just build towards the WWE style of storytelling. We already know that you got the athletic ability, you got the look. You're in the door, right? So just perfect your craft down there, get your buzz over there, win a couple championships over there too. You know, so get your name out there. And we know he's not going to keep his name, you know. So let's get used to this familiar face with a new name first, you know, before introducing him to the worldwide audience.
Is his real name Will Hobbs?
Yeah, that's his real name.
That's what we're gonna go by.
I don't understand the name change rule in WWE, because Ethan Page, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, listeners, watchers, like Ricky Starks was more popular than Ethan Page when he moved to AEW, but Ethan Page got to keep his name, you know. It's like what's her name?
Blake Monroe.
But Blake Monroe, she was more popular than all those motherfuckers in AEW under that name, and now, you know, it's like, what's the rule for that shit?
It is a weird naming convention.
It's like
weird. And I understand the whole IP, intellectual property type of deal, where they want to make name off your image and likeness and what have you. But you're right, it is picking and choosing. But I mean, I think if you got the name like Powerhouse Hobbs or Will Hobbs or whatever, that's who we already know you by. I'd rather him continue with his real name and just, you know, continue to make money off of that. But hey, I hope it's not something stupid that they come up with for him. I mean, the whole Ricky Saints thing is I'm still not used to it, but it is what it is.
I think they're going to definitely keep the Powerhouse, but I think you're going to change like the last name, bro. Like,
the Ricky
Peoples. Powerhouse
Will Peoples. Billy Peoples.
The Ricky Starks name got on my nerve. That name change got on my nerves the most. Not necessarily because I cared about the name change, but they did the Scott Hall thing with that dude. Like they'd have him come out and he'd be like, "You know who I am." And you know, and like the whole "you don't know why I'm here" kind of shit. If we know who this motherfucker is, why can't he just keep his name? You know, AEW doesn't own that name. You know, I do not understand this shit. And then
also, we do know why you're here. You're in a wrestling company, so presumably you're here to wrestle, cuz.
Right, yeah. And like Jacob Fatu gets to keep his name. I mean, I like MLW, but MLW is like nobody watches that shit. You know, it's like
Mateo.
Yeah, it's like JC. Come on, like what are you like? Just some consistency is all I ask for. You want to change the names? I mean,
and you know what makes it even worse, Chris? Now that NXT is engaged in this partnership with TNA. Because you've got people that used to be in NXT under a different name that are in TNA under a new name, and it's like, which name do we call these people by? Yeah,
it's like when Desmond Xavier
Bearcat Hobbs
when they released him. It's like, what did he say?
Bearcat Hobbs. No, stop it. We ain't doing it.
Let's not put that on him just yet.
No more in 2026. No more.
But what I was gonna say with Desmond Xavier, they released him and he gets hired by AEW and they bring him like they release him. How long is he gone from WWE before he's just comes back there in TNA? You know, I don't think it was that long. And he's like, they were calling, I don't know what, like people were slipping into Wes Lee, even though he was Desmond Xavier. I just make it make sense is all.
Right.
Make it, like, and the thing with wrestling IP, I always think it's bullshit. I think if a wrestler takes that persona and makes it popular, they should be able to go wherever they want to go with it. One, because you want these when Roman Reigns is on Conan O'Brien or Jimmy Kimmel or anything like that. He's Roman Reigns. He doesn't get to be Joseph Anoa'i, who plays the role of Roman Reigns. You know, like these people have to be their wrestling persona when they go on real things. And if you fire Roman Reigns, it's not like you could bring another Samoan dude in and call him Roman Reigns and the fans will accept it, you know?
Right.
That's not how wrestling fans are. You know, anytime they've tried to do even anything remotely similar to that bullshit, it's always shit the bed. They did that with the real Double J and fake Razor and Diesel and the fake when Matt Bourne left and they brought in the Brooklyn Brawler, made him be Doink. It's like these wrestlers, you only hoard the name just to be dick-headed capitalist motherfuckers. No other reason, you know. There's no other good reason to hoard the name outside of we want to be bitches and we don't want you to have the name.
Yeah, and it's even worse when it's somebody's actual name.
Yeah. I don't get it, man. I mean,
like I can't be myself. Like that's my name. Like, you didn't give me that name. Gerard, what are your thoughts on Powerhouse Hobbs or Billy Peoples, whatever they call this man? What are your thoughts on this brother coming to the WWE?
It was probably about time, just due to the fact that when you look at, he's probably tired of losing to John Moxley, which he lost to him for the IWGP Championship.
Yep.
He lost to him for the AEW Championship. When is it my time? I'm playing third in the ops.
Yeah.
That wasn't even originally my spot. Okay, we can say we retroactively had this whole plan, but like Hook was thrown up, so now I got thrown into it. Like, where's my plans at? I gave you this whole meat concept in a match that I had, but where's my piece of the pie? Where's my push? Where's my anything? Ricky got more time even after, like, and Ricky didn't get a lot of time on the way out at AEW, but like he still had that team with
your Big Bill.
Thank you, Big Bill. Couldn't get his name.
I like the hand up.
That's why I went to tall until somebody told me.
W. Morrissey.
Somebody tall, but like he had that. But like Hobbs, it was time because it's a rotating wheel. There's tons of people coming in. You got Andrade coming in. He's taking and attacking Kenny Omega. He's probably looking like, why am I not attacking Kenny Omega? Why am I not in these? Why am I not in the Continental Classic? Why am I not in these like bigger tournaments? Why am I not in the Owen? Why am I not having these bigger spotlights on me? Why am I consistently in parties of people? Why am I consistently in stables? Yes, to help me grow and develop, but I'm ready. Let me go. Let me fly. Let me do something. And yes, he's had some injuries along the way too. I'll also put that in there, but. To me, you take him to NX AEW because you got Blake Monroe over there, you got Lexus King over there, you got Sean Spears over there, you got Ricky Saints over there. Come on, so just go ahead, plop him over in there. And to me, you put him there because let's look at the people who have followed before him. Besides a Penta and a Cody, in my humble opinion, people who have just been shot, and a Jade. Jade has had a very good transition. Those three.
We'll talk about Jade in a second.
A lot of people have come and Motor City should have taken themselves to NXT. With that, like you look at all the other people who come up to the main roster who don't have that like established, like look at Rusev. Rusev should have went back to NXT for a second, maybe, and then bounced back up. And I didn't think he would need that as a former main roster star. But maybe he's been struggling since he got back. A lot of people struggle on that main roster to form a connection. And for whatever reason, when you go to NXT, we can talk about Jordan Grace if you want to later on, because it's been quiet as a mouse when she's been out there lately. Most other folks, they build a connection with the WWE universe, and then when they come up to the main roster, it at least gives some folks who are only WWE watchers something to go off of.
You know how many bangers we could have had, Gerard, with Ray Phoenix in NXT, dog?
Right.
Because like, here's the thing.
Different.
Think about Legado del Fantasma in NXT versus the main roster. They never got to have that real big push the way they were in NXT, either pre and when they went back to have the little, because they were getting over with the little slingshot LWO move that they were flying into the crowd.
But I think with Penta and Phoenix to another extent, they were sought after guys when they recruited them. So I don't. I think if WWE wanted them, they did have to kind of accept them on their terms partially. You know, like I don't know if Hobbs is coming in with the same kind of way. Because the same thing happened with Jade. Jade was pursued by those people, and she got to keep her name. You know, I think it's different when you're the person that wants to go over there. Maybe it's just like, you know, hey, because I don't know what's gonna happen with Powerhouse Hobbs when he gets to WWE. I don't. AEW. They did a lot of start-stop pushes with him. So it makes sense for him to want to leave. But I can't say for a fact WWE won't do the same thing with him, you know? So like what Jarek was saying, I do think his best bet is to go to NXT. I'd want to stay there for like 3 or 4 years with fucking Bronson, with Braun Breaker there and shit, you know, because that guy's the priority for the next little while, you know, and so is Bronson, and so are the other like muscle guys that they have on that roster. If Hobbs debuts in the main roster, he's just gonna get lost in the shuffle. Whereas if he's in NXT, he's the only guy that does what he does, you know?
He's replacing Oba.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
People enjoy our discussion about Powerhouse Billy Peoples. What they saying, Ray?
All right. Well, speaking of T. Anthony, all frequent contributor. Thank you, brother T. Anthony, for the $2 Canadian. That's our world champion, Billy Peoples.
That's Billy Peoples. He doesn't work here. What's he doing here? Oh, Shuck and Ducky, Billy Peoples is here. Quack, quack.
Yeah. And they could change his name to Horsepower Hobbs or
horsepower. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's workshop this.
Yeah.
His gimmick is gonna be like, he's gonna be the new black version of Diesel. He's gonna have the whole honking sound in his theme, Chris. He's gonna be horsepower Billy Diesel or horsepower Billy Hemi. He's Hemi power.
Yeah. I mean,
Billy Hemi.
The good thing about talent in 2026 is I don't think the names mean as much as they did in the 90s and the 2000s. You know, I mean, Dean Ambrose, nobody gives a fuck if his name is John Moxley in AEW. It's the guy that they care about, you know. Right. Same thing with Malachi Black, Alistair Black, Blackety Black. The name doesn't matter anymore. The name only matters if it's attached to a specific character. The way Kurt Hennig was with Mr. Perfect, or the Big Boss Man, Ray Traylor was with the Big Boss Man. If you're not attached to a character, your name doesn't mean much. And even still, if you're attached to a character, the wrestling fans in 2026, I think they're intellectual enough to like just understand, okay, they're just not letting you use that name because the companies are dickheads, you know? Like Edge, I think Edge is a better name for Adam Copeland, but it's not like he's completely lost being called Adam Copeland, you know? It's just it would help if he was called Adam Edge, but it's not like destroying him, you know. He's fine without it.
So real quick, before you proceed, Ray, real quick, because Chris mentioned Malachi / Aleister Black. Yeah, and normally I don't do this, but internet, do your thing. I want somebody to mash up, you know, the Aleister Black entrance with the dead Mike. Nah, not dead Mike. It was I forget his name from CB4.
Yeah, I thought it was Dead Mike.
Was it Dead Mike?
The one that was like I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, and I'm black, and I'm black. Yeah, my homie in that movie, Deezer D. He was the quiet one, the third guy in that movie. Yeah, R.I.P. to him. But
somebody do the Aleister Black CB4 I'm Black Y'all mashup. Have it done by February for Black History Month.
Yeah, and the thing is what wrestling companies, what these wrestlers are gonna have to understand if they're mid-carders is AEW and WWE work together, but not like directly together. What I mean by that is if WWE knows you are a mid-card ceiling person, you know, they've got no incentive to give you a bigger push than that. And so does, and AEW is the same way, you know, like if like for Andrade, for example, if Andrade hits the ceiling and never gets to the main event roster, it's not like he can go to WWE and be a main eventer, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're mid-card guy wherever you go, you know, and I think that's what some of these talents, like when you're making the shift, you gotta like you gotta have like Steve Austin level of thinking where it's like, okay, I need something that's gonna jumpstart me, you know, because
to reinvent myself.
Yeah, because it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be hard. So I just want Powerhouse Hobbs and anybody else making that jump. It's gonna be hard, you know.
Just as long as they don't give him the Curtis Hughes son gimmick, you know what I mean?
Right.
With type of thing, man. I mean,
with the suit and the shades.
Right. Just as long as they don't do that to that brother, man. Just be original. I mean, shout out to Curtis Hughes anyway, but I mean, just
he's trained a lot of good people.
Man. Yeah, he looked like he's a solid dude. So I mean,
he's cool. We've interviewed him before, so yeah.
If they do call him Billy Peoples, I just want one promo segment where somebody, whether it's Ricky or whoever, is like, "Why do they call you Peoples?" And he's like, "'Cause I look out for my peoples."
Right.
Shout out to people.
Because, like, I mean, remember when they brought in Monty Brown? They let him
Marcus
still be he was
terrible.
Yeah, he was still the alpha male. They just changed his name to
Marcus.
So
terrible
Corvon,
what they did to that brother, man.
Yeah, it was garbage. I mean, he's better off than fucking Chris. What's his name?
Wildcat Chris Harris.
Wildcat, he's better off. He was better off than him.
No.
Yeah. Like Marcus.
Braden
Marcus.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Braden Walker, and I'm gonna rip your head off or whatever. Like I remember on YouTube they made that video where Braden Walker was entering the WWE Hall of Fame and showed all his best highlights, and it was just him doing that crap to Armando Estrada backstage.
Yeah, man, that would hurt me. That hurt my heart, man, because I used to love America's Most Wanted, man.
Yeah, I used to love America's Most Wanted. I used to love Marcus Corvon. Monty Brown
was the truth in TNA.
I thought if he went to WWE, he was going to get like a sizable push. And with those TNA guys, it's like because not Samoa Joe, I think he was a WWE success that they just never gave the belt to. I thought he had a solid run in WWE. AJ Styles, R-Truth, you could debate that, but I think he had more. I think he was put in good positions in WWE in the beginning, and I don't know what I just don't know the protocol for that shit anymore as far as like these guys, because like Aleister Black, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't make Mania this year. I mean, I hate saying that out loud because people think I'm wishing that on these cats, and I'm not. It's just I'm looking at the lay of the land, and
they got 2 nights to fill. Chris, he can find a spot on one of them nights.
They got 2 nights to fill, but Bobby Lashley was out there, and all he did was point to the Jobber Trophy he won on SmackDown a couple of years ago. So I mean, I guess, man, I don't know.
Like they trying with the brother. They trying hard. They put Zelina with him, man, and it ain't working, cuz.
Yeah, it's yeah. It's and this used to happen with WCW, WWF back in the 90s too. It's like if you were at a certain level in one company, it was guaranteed you were going to be at a certain level in another company. If you were Crush in WWE, when you go to WCW, you just be Brian Adams doing Crush shit.
Like the only difference was when you'd have somebody that was able to reinvent themselves and do something a little bit different, like a Jericho.
Yeah. If it was like a Jericho, or if it was even when it was like Rick Rude, because Rick Rude was always a guy in WWE who should have been a main eventer that they just never pushed to that spot. So when he got to WCW, the natural progression for him was main eventer, which is what he ended up with.
WCW was like low key, I think that was some of his best work.
Yeah, it is the best run of his career, in my opinion. I think his WCW run is way better than his WWE run. When you look at it match for match and feud for feud, the feud with
he got to keep his name too, Chris.
Yeah, he got to keep his name too, but he owned that name too. His name and his name was Rude. Also, it just was spelled ROOD. So it's like, you can't be Rick Rude anymore, but you have to spell your name the traditional way. It's not doing anything to him.
He's not Rick Rude. He's Rick Rude. It's
Rick Rude. But yeah, there are guys that do end up leveling up when they move to the next company, but that's not all the time. I think it's more frequent that they're just the same loser in the same company in a different company. Sometimes they make you even worse in the next company. I.e. Bret Hart. Bret Hart in WCW was never what he should have been in WCW. They had no clue what to do with that man.
The man was out here feuding.
My beer.
He was feuding with Will Sasso from Mad TV.
He did snake away Deborah Wilson from Will Sasso though, so I'll give him that. He had his penchant for the sisters way back in the 90s. Salt and Pepper at WrestleMania 11. Deborah Wilson. Bret Hart has a type.
Yes. Well, exactly. Somebody who might be Bret Hart's type in 2026, Gerard, in 2026, Jay, in 2026, Ray and Chris, your WWE Women's Champion. We talking about the one and only Miss Jade Cargill. So Jade has the belt, has had it for a little bit now. What are our thoughts on Jade's title run so far? Have they utilized her skills and abilities to the best potential?
No.
Gerard, do you want to say first? Because
Gerard said it.
Yeah, I could take this one.
I said no because I mean, in my humble opinion, I'm glad she's at this title scene.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's not wrestling for a reason. I don't know. Like, I don't know if things went on because of the BFAB and the Meechin matches that like we've had things canceled, we've had things not happen, but like I don't really see a lot of her wrestling and more a lot of her just talking. I know she's kind of building something up with Jordan Grace currently. And I like the fact that she kept the I'm that bitch moniker. Like I didn't know if they would let her have that. So like that fact that she does have that, happy to see it. Happy to see that she's a monster. Happy to see her beat Tiffany Stratton and the monstrous fashion. But they have not really done much. But I mean, you'd be crazy or remiss to expect anything different.
Right.
I mean, by God, this was Tiffany's reign. It was boring. This was Nia's reign. It was boring. This was Bailey's reign. This was boring. I'm literally going in a row backwards. This was Io's reign. It was boring. Hey, the last reign that was kind of significant with this belt was Bianca. And then she lost it to Asuka.
Yeah.
And then she beat her for it again to only lose it again right back to Io. And that's what sent us all down this path of the SmackDown women's division, for whatever reason, struggling to have greater programs past the repeat programs of the champion that helped build them up to that point. We're just recycling the same programs. And I don't know why we keep doing that, because then that makes the whole time that we've been doing this boring and redundant. And we're just going through the same cycle again. Now we're just changing out the skins. Oh, now there's a belt on somebody. Cool, great. But there's no real great significant story development. So, hey, things are going to get better. I'm not here to sell you on doom and gloom. Yeah, there's a storm cloud, but in Michigan, they tell you, wait 5 minutes. The weather will change in a minute. Because not only is a storm coming and passing through, that's because the greatest is coming back to win that Rumble and face her at Mania.
Right,
that's Bianca Belair. And so I think that's really going to give Jade something to bite off of, something to really attach to. We'll see what, until that time period gets here, what happens and how they kind of really develop and grow her. I'm worried for that because, man, you listen to her after, like, yes, she gets a pop when her music hits, but after that, it just kind of gets quiet, and it makes me sad to hear how quiet it gets. And then to have Jordan Grace coming out and to see other women on that roster who they come out there and it's just like dumb levels of silence. And it's like they're putting their all and their effort into this stuff. But I don't know if it's not the full machine push behind it or if it's them on the mic itself that's not connecting. I don't know what it is. Or maybe it's some of the in-ring for Jade. I think her in-ring needs to sharpen up just a little bit more. But she's developing. That's what this is all for. This is her first world title reign. You always pick something up off of your first world title reign. I'm hoping she has the opponents to then bring that actual jazz out of this reign for her. And that's what I need moving forward. So here's to Bianca and whoever else. Jordan. But how about you, Ray? Pass it to my tag team partner. Not the trios. You know, we the trios out here, right?
Freebird rules.
Freebird.
I'll pass it up to the owner of the Shulafala. Go ahead, brother.
And Ray said, "Nah, Jay."
I like. Okay, so we on the same wavelength, bruh. But my thing is like, it's not like making her look credible with the lack of title defenses. You know what I mean? Because now we're getting to it's like, okay, she's had the title for how many days, but how many defenses? You know.
Right.
So that's making her look bad. And going back to what you were saying, is it creative? Is it, going towards all the, the ladies on the SmackDown roster? Is it creative? Is it mic time? Is it, in-ring work? I think it's a combination of all three to some degree, right? But I do put a lot of the onus on creative because they're the ones that are supposed to come up with the ideas and storylines to make it interesting for the talent to go out there and to deliver. Now, if they fail to deliver, that's on them. That's a whole other ball of wax.
Right, yeah.
But I don't think they're really giving them anything of substance, to be honest with you. I mean,
yeah,
the ladies tag team division on the SmackDown side, okay, that's cooking. That's starting to develop a little bit. But we've got Jordan Grace, we've got Meechin, we've got B-Fab. They don't seem like outside of, and I'll even say this about Meechin. I hate the name change, to be honest with you.
I agree.
They're not doing her any favors, man. So it's like when she goes up there and she does like this the street fight and the brawl with Jade Cargill, it's like, okay, so she has to have all these weapons just to make herself look stronger against a physically imposing opponent. Match. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm saying all that to say that yes, we all knew that Jade Cargill is a project, but I need to see more reps. So I don't think the creative is not doing their job in her as the champion that she should be.
My thing with this, and I've been saying this from the beginning, is you knew what she was when you signed her. You know, it's not like, where did you sign her and expect her to turn into like the female version of Luthez? Like that was just never gonna happen. That's not what Jade Cargill is. And I think anybody expecting her to get any better, like get more honed or whatever, I don't even know what the fuck it is. They make up these rules for the black people they don't want to push. I think with Jade is to me, she's perfectly fine as far as her wrestling skills. She's not in there hurting anybody. She's a dominant person. She's supposed to be a Goldberg type. She's not supposed to be a technical wrestler. That's what you signed her because you liked her and you thought she had an impressive look and all that. Did she sign a 3-year deal with WWE or a 5-year deal? I don't know what contract she signed with them.
The way it's looking, it's like a per match deal. They haven't wrestled for a while.
Well, I mean, hey, I'll give her this. She did get to interview Ben Affleck and Matt Damon for that Netflix movie they got coming out. So, you know.
Okay. Yeah, she did. That's all that.
So maybe she got invited to some Matt Damon, Ben Affleck parties. I don't know. But I'll say this. I think that like Jade, she's one of the people that I think if she were to ever go back to AEW, she's got a built-in storyline because all she's got to do is be like, I never got the women's title when I was here, and now I want to take it. I've been winning world titles other places and blah blah blah. She's got the story if she wants to do that. If she stays in WWE, I just want to see some upward mobility because to me it's like and I said this when we a few months ago, it was like they gave her the belt to say they gave it to her. You know,
it was a here damn title reign.
We gave you the title and she floundered or whatever. She didn't flounder. You guys aren't doing what you're supposed to do with her. You know,
right?
And you know WWE is full of shit. Because they do this, like if you're like Bronson Reed is not like a mat technician and shit, you know. He jumps his fat ass on those top ropes and splashes motherfuckers, and that's good enough, you know. Like
I will argue this. I'm gonna get off the company back with this.
You're gonna pull what Ray did.
Because they tried. They genuinely tried. They've had 2 women get injured who were literally facing her. Meechin got injured right before that match. B-Fab literally just got injured too. So 2 people she literally actively had a storyline with were taken from her. Bronson has the luxury of having other people on the Monday Night Raw roster. That basically is half the SmackDown women's division.
That,
and so
yeah,
when that goes away,
is suspect.
You could find people for her to
with
squash.
Jordan Grace, the newest person who just got to the roster because ain't nobody there for her to feud with.
Right,
They're trying to give her people to feud with. So, like, I'm gonna give them the breath of room of like they trying to give her people. Yes, they need to do more with the woman. I fully agree, but also I need us to like also not think this is like they treating her any different than anybody else. Logan Paul's U.S. title reign was only 3 defenses.
But
Logan Paul, 9 months.
Logan Paul is a part-timer. He's not
okay.
WWE is his second thing, you know. That's not
the day.
Yeah.
They don't do long. They don't do good title reigns. If your name is
I'll
not Cody
give
Rhodes, if your name's not Seth Rollins,
Cody Rhodes, they've done a good title reign with him. They've done a good title reign with the guy.
Yeah, maybe not. If your name is not Cody Rhodes,
then
your title reign is like the.
And honestly, how much of that his coat is on Cody?
Right.
Sammy's IC title reign. Like if you keep going outside of like the workhorse belts of like the U.S. title and the world title.
Sammy
you're getting like these short kind of thrown together reigns. Tiffy's reign was nothing. I could go the whole belt's reign for the WWE women's belt. That's the same stat for every other woman down that whole rack. Look at what they did to Io after she had that. She beat Bianca and then said, "Ha ha ha ha! I'm Casper." And disappeared for like a month. So, like, they do this with everybody. It's not just Jade. Jade does now, yes, there's some other things that Jade needs to work on, but it's not because of that. They do this with everybody. This is their MO with these titles.
I personally think that with Jade, it's significantly worse than with the other women. And this is not a pro-black thing. It's not because Jade is black and all that, and it's not like I'm above doing that either. If it was because she was black, I'd be like, look, it's because she's black. I just don't think they've serviced that woman good. I think Io's title reign was better than Jade's. I really do believe that. Tiffany's
Tiffany's
whatever. Yeah, it's whatever. But I do think
some would say some wise individual who shouted to the people and the people never listened said she shouldn't have had that from the jump. But that's just me.
Right? Yeah.
Briefcase was organic.
Yeah, what's her name? I'm blanking on her name, but the girl that was in the faction with Dom and all of them, mommy,
Rhea
Ripley. Yeah, that's it's like. I mean, she had a decent title reign. Bianca Belair had good title reigns. They don't do this with every woman. They do it with the women they want to do it with.
Big facts. Go back and look at that Rhea title reign. Like I'm not trying to hold you. It might sit in your memory because she was popular. Go back and look what she did during that title reign. Because my memory sits real strong with some of these reigns. And she wouldn't do half a jack nothing. She was just coming out and being popular with that belt. She fought Zoe in like Survivor Series randomly. Yeah, and she had like
she won the Royal Rumble at number 1. They did show care that she was the woman during her peak. I never got that impression from Jade. I just never saw that. I did see that with Rhea.
So here's an analogy, because we are in the midst of NFL's divisional weekend. And I would say, first of all, for the record, like as lackluster as Jade's title reign has been, give me this a million times over versus what we got with Tiffy, because that was a train. Was Masuda, as Jay Lacey would say. But if we take this to the football stage, Ray Williams, this might be a controversial statement. There we go. Covered myself on the front end.
Get the jingle in.
Hit him with the jingle. Jade Cargill is the Shador Sanders of the WWE women's division. And what I mean by that is with Shador Sanders on the Cleveland Browns, we saw somebody who showed flashes of greatness, like showed you all the reasons why he was a star in college, had the magnetic personality, had the pinpoint accuracy deep down the field. But there were still some things he needed to work on. The problem, though, was even when Shador addressed some of those issues, the structure around him with the Cleveland Browns and head coach Kevin Stefanski, who appears to be coming to my Falcons. And it's like, that's not what I wanted at all.
Oh, no.
The structure around Shador Sanders was not conducive to him being his best self because everything around him was a train wreck. And so when you look at the SmackDown women's division, to Gerard's point, like the creative has been terrible in that division for a long time. The injuries don't help because and even before the injuries, and this is no offense to me, Chin or BFAB, but to me, those are women that are on that U.S. title level, not a world title level. Jordan Grace just coming in the door, getting a title shot. If your name isn't Becky Lynch, they don't care about your title reign. But I think when you look at Jade Cargill, what I've always said about her, Chris, particularly on this show, is Jade Cargill. You can say what you want about her bell to bell. She ain't Lou Thez. But if we being honest, RIP to the great Lou Thez, but Lou Thez wasn't out here putting on these Ricky Steamboat, Daniel Bryan classics. Lou Thez was just jumping in the air and catching people by surprise with the Lou Thez press. R.I.P. to the GOAT. But Lou Thez was out here wrestling plumbers and firefighters and mailmen in the street. Lou Thez wasn't out here giving y'all 5-star Tokyo Dome bangers. That ain't what Lou Thez brought to the table. But with Jade Cargill, Chris, she ain't the female Lou Thez. But what Jade Cargill is, that Lou Thez was also in his day, Jade Cargill is a star. Jade Cargill is somebody that you stop when you flipping through the channels. You're like, who is that? Who is that person? Yeah. Now, the issue is this company equipped to give her enough storyline to get people invested in this title run? To this point, I would say no. I think it's going to take somebody like a Bianca to get them invested. And honestly, y'all going to call me a homer. But Jade Cargill, one thing she did very well when they were introducing her in this company is stand next to people and give people the hope of the potential of feuds, like when she stood next to Charlotte Flair, like when she stood next to Bianca, like when she stood next to Nia Jax. Like those are matches I think that would put some sizzle in this. But two of those people, Charlotte and Nia, they're invested in the tag scene, which has gotten better in part because they've invested in it. And so I don't think they've invested in this women's division. I don't think they've invested enough in Jade, despite the fact that she is a star. And so I think that's part of the reason why this continues the trend of boring title reigns that we've seen from these women lately.
Right. And to piggyback off of that a little bit, Nate, I'm going to just say this. And I think Gerard has good, solid points, but
some people would say Gerard Brown is the Lou Thez of wrestling analysim.
Yeah. I'll say he's the Kurt Angle. I'll give it
this one.
It's damn true.
I'll take Kurt Angle. I'll say Lou Thez. Give me at this Waffle House.
What I would say is I do not think if Tiffy was black, she'd get a women's title reign. I just don't think with the current. I think there are, because I judge this stuff as a totality, not just like these isolated incidents. It's not just Jade is bad as, or Jade's title reign is as bad as Tiffy's. Fine, if I'll concede that argument. Like it's the whole thing with the Miz thing. You cannot be black in WWE and be the Miz and ever be world champ. That's just not something they would let happen. And I think that's the same with because the standards have changed in WWE for the women. If this was like the Divas era where they didn't care who had the belt, but I think now it's like they like Tiffy was like, they thought she was a decent placeholder champion, just like they thought the Miz was a decent placeholder champ, you know. I don't think anybody black is getting that benefit of the doubt in WWE.
What say you, Ray?
Yeah, I think I agree with each of you on different points. I think that she just hasn't been out there enough. And Gerard, I'm kind of on the opposite. It's like you can only tell me you that many times before it's like, well, prove it then, because you only fought like 2 people. like show it, like go out here and dominate people. And even though, like you said, there are outs for the couple women that she did go against, but I'm saying you were building something between her and Chelsea Green, so why not have something between this two, or have her squash Alba Fire, or is it Alba Fire? Yeah, Alba Fire. I'm trying to think about which one is left. All right, Aladon left, Alba Fire is left. Okay, so like squash Alba Fire, and then squash like that girl that's with Julia, and like you got some more girls in there that you could pit her against.
Put some respect on Kiana James' name, cuz.
Yeah, Kiana James. Yeah. The statistician, or she's supposed to be like, I don't know, like the numbers girl.
Like Alexandra York 2.0.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, she could like I think there are women out there that she could squash too. And I think like her and Jordan, I think that is a good match to build up to. I don't think that Jordan should be the one kind of like looking away. Like Jordan and Jay should be like looking eye to eye at each other, like two powerhouses. Like they and so like I don't think Jordan should just be acting like this. I'm not saying like she's acting like a scared rookie or whatever, but it kind of seems as though she's like, I'm here to go against the top women, and like she's seeming a little bit more standoffish than like her juggernaut persona. Is like step up and like look Jade dead in her eyes and say like, I'm ready to take the title from you.
They're missing an opportunity, Ray. Like they're missing an opportunity for Jade to tell Jordan, I'm that B, and then for Jordan to retort, well, I'm the juggernaut B.
Oh,
like son, put me in creative.
Yeah, you can build up something. So I think they do need to get her in there and just destroying girls, so that instead of her, because we know she could talk, but like show that she could go out here, like get her in that type of Goldberg run where she's just running through women, and then like even when she faces up against the juggernaut, like Jordan Grace, like Jordan Grace could keep up with her for a little bit, but in the end, like even the juggernaut gets overpowered. And so I think you can build her up in that way. And I don't know why they're not doing that right now.
And one thing with Goldberg and WWE is the first run, they were overthinking that guy. They did not give him a good push. When they got him the second time in the 20 teens, they were like, okay, let's push this guy to his strengths. We're not gonna put him in this bullshit. We're gonna keep him with the same music, all that stuff. And I think if you do that with a Jade, she's a money talent, you know. You don't have to overthink her. She's not someone you got to spend a lot of minutes thinking about, you know. And I think that WWE does. They mess themselves up when they do that with talent like her. You know, I
think so too.
Like she Sid Justice, you know. Like
exactly,
she is like Sid Justice was. I thought in WWE he was like the easiest guy to book on the planet, you know. You just have him to go out there, powerbomb motherfuckers, pin them, and leave, you know. And that's what Jade should be. That's what they did with her in AEW, you know. It's like, you know, it's like they kept it very, very simple, you know.
Right.
Here's something really interesting, Chris, because I was thinking like, okay, so it's been like 70 some odd days that she's had the title and no defenses. Why don't they just bring some like independent talent for her to just run through?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, you know, it's like there's no talent there. Why you can find people for her to squash? You know, that's not that hard.
No,
you got Evolve, you got NXT, you got somebody you can bring in or take her down to NXT. Like, hey, I'm a traveling champion. Who wants some? Something.
She needs somebody stronger though than just the run of the mill folks, because she's been doing the TBS level, the US level folk.
Yeah.
A hot minute. Naomi is her best, I think, like highest like level highest in-ring IQ person that she's had a real feud with. Like she needs, I hate to say it, but like a veteran at the level of a Charlotte, Alexa, anybody of like that. A Bianca is going to be a veteran who can bring that out of her. Jordan is a veteran, but like hopefully she'll be able to prep her in a way of being a mini Bianca to get her ready for Mania. But she needs somebody who to really help her. The short matches and doing that is not helping her. She doesn't need to keep running through people anymore. She needs to be shown that she can like at least build herself up in some way to be a more competent champion and have longer matches. And so she needs to be like running that and getting that ring rust out of there. Oh, Bayley.
If they don't have people to put against her, the short matches are a good placeholder.
What the hell is Bayley doing?
Bayley could not have a. She could.
Then you can get
this personality thing and start actually getting a world title shot.
Bro's still out there with your girl Bird Lady, Nate. What happened to that girl?
What happened to that girl?
That's a crazy reference.
So yeah, that's our thoughts on Jade Cargill's title run. Like I feel like part of the problem, kind of wrapping things up in terms of my opinion, fellas, is they do see the money that is there with Jade and Bianca. I think they've got the end game, but they did not have the foresight to lead us down the path. So I feel like her and Jordan will probably have a good match, but it's gonna feel like this whole thing was a holding pattern until Bianca comes back. And so, once we get Bianca winning the Rumble perhaps and setting this match up, I think once we get to that moment, Gerard, then things are going to kick into high gear. There'll be more interest in this title run. But for right now, it feels like they are just kind of, waiting for the clock to run out.
Yeah, right. It's like you're black women. What do black women care about? Anyway,
I don't think they know what any women care about.
I know. I was about to say it's like they don't know what any women cares about.
This SmackDown women's division has been atrocious.
Right.
What's up next on the list, Ray? What's on the docket, brother?
Well, we did kind of glance over the other big signings and other big call-ups. But I think we didn't go too much into detail about two brothers who are making their way up to the main roster. That being brother Javon Evans.
Oh my God!
Who signed on the first year anniversary of Raw on Netflix, albeit during on screen.
Yeah, during the commercial break.
And during the commercial break. And then we have one Oba Femi, the ruler, I believe he called the ruler. I don't want to call him the defender, but the ruler, the conqueror, Oba Femi, who has relinquished the NXT title and is making his way up to the main roster. So the question I want to pose to you gentlemen is, who do you think has the higher ceiling? No
Come
pun
on,
intended.
Ray. Let's not do this to Javon, man.
Well, I'll be fair to Javon though. I think I don't think NXT ever booked Javon to his strengths. I think if in a fair world, Javon would have been beating everybody on NXT. I thought they jobbed him way more than he needed to job. In WWE, I don't think it's the greatest omen that they had Javon signed during a commercial break. I had to wait for some motherfuckers on Blue Sky to tell me, hey, Javon signed on. I'm like, what? The clip is there, and it's like they didn't even have the give this guy the dignity of signing him during a Raw on Netflix, you know. So I don't know about Javon. I think Obi, the ceiling is way Oba, not Obi, not Overton off a living single.
Moby, he can get stomped by Obi.
I think Oba Femi's got a huge ceiling if they treat him like that, right? Because he also falls into the category of a powerhouse Hobbs. He's another guy that, and you'll start to see where the priority of these muscle guys are. And WWE has this thing traditionally. I don't know if that thing is going to continue this year. When they have too many people that serve the same role, somebody's getting released after WrestleMania. It just is what it is, you know. Like when they had what's his name, Omos and Braun Strowman, and you know, like it was like, look, we already got Omos, so you got to go,
even though we don't do nothing with him.
Exactly, right. So it's like I wonder. I do think that the fact that they put him on the main roster does bode well for him. What I hope doesn't happen is that they say, okay, we got too many people in this role, so one of you guys got to go. I think there's plenty of roster space where you could put somebody on a Smackdown or something, you know.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, I don't think this question is fair to the young OG Ray. You should be ashamed of what you did, brother. I think there are so many things going against a Javon Evans, despite his talent, despite his look, despite the presentation and what he brings to the table. Like, I'm a huge fan of the young OG. But going back to what we talked about when we talked about that man, Powerhouse Billy Peoples, Ray. This is still a body company. This is still a big man's world to a certain extent. And Oba Femi, to me, not only does he have the advantage of that, you know, that size and that physical presence, but he's somebody who's been in their system for a little minute. So that audience in NXT, like they are into the ruler. So I feel like they, in their minds, see a higher upside with the Oba Femi versus Javon Evans, even though I think Javon Evans, at his age and with what he already brings to the table, Javon Evans is a star you can have for a decade in this company. Like he may be, and I hate to say it like this because it feels like I'm taking a shot at one of my all-time favorites, Ray, but Javon Evans' ceiling or comp may end up being this generation's Kofi Kingston, which ain't a bad place to be. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. It ain't a bad place to be, but it's certainly not that priority, which I think the ceiling for Oba is world title. Like, that's the ceiling for Oba. Will he get there? We don't know yet. But I don't think that they, in their minds at this moment, see a future where Javon Evans is a world champion. And to me, that's unfair, but that's life.
I'm gonna have to counter that. I think. Well, first off, hold up.
Okay, go ahead, counter it, brother.
I want it. Yeah.
All right. Dashing Derek Mitchell, thank you for the $5 super chat. There hasn't been a WWE star born in the 90s that has won the WWE or World Championship yet. Everyone else has been born in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. But real quick, I did want to counter that. First off, we already know how young Javon Evans is. We already know, even with him being so young, the skill that he already possesses.
Right, yeah.
I don't think the ceiling for him is Kofi Kingston.
Right, yeah.
I think the ceiling for him is a Jeff Hardy.
Right, yeah. He should be a main eventer.
I think he can be a main eventer. He could be a multi-time world champion just based off his charisma and based off of his
How many world titles did Jeff have? Refresh my memory.
He had like 3, I want to say. He had the big gold belt.
Okay.
CM Punk took it from about. That's still one of my favorite cash-ins. He had the WWE that title, the spinner belt. He had that once or twice, something like that.
Okay. And we know Jeff Hardy was on that stuff. So like, you don't know how many other titles he could have won based off of just his charisma and based off his talent.
Yeah. But if a black guy was doing the shit Jeff Hardy was doing, would they be Jeff Hardy?
Exactly.
Like would they have those belts? You know, shit.
That's why I'm saying Javon need to keep his nose clean, keep himself together. Yeah. And I think we're underestimating. Like, just because he's thin, the brother is tall. Like, when they had that triple threat match with him, Trick, and Oba Femi, he was pretty much like dead looking him in the eye. He's just not as built as those guys.
And he's got plenty of time to get size on him if they want to do that. You know, he's like young enough to where, you know, he's gonna have his like young athletic muscles, and then he could have a Shawn Michaels.
He's an athletic black guy with no backstory phase.
He could, because Shawn Michaels in 92, 93 versus Shawn Michaels in 95, 96. The bodies are completely night and day, you know. He could do that if he wants to, you know.
Yeah.
Go back and look at old Cody Rhodes from back in the day.
Right, yeah, exactly.
He looks nice and thin.
Rey Mysterio, shit.
Rey Mysterio.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Guerrero, yeah.
Swerve is built different today.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Swerve is, Yep.
Definitely. Yes, it'll Swerve, definitely. So he's got time to get the size. I think Javon is a can't miss prospect, man. I really and to me,
I think we all do. The problem is we're not the ones making the decision.
Well, that's the thing. To me, between Javon and Oba, if they fuck either one of those guys up,
which is possible,
which is very possible, I think we have to start asking some serious questions about the system down there. Like the questions we've been asking for the last 10 years or so. We would have to, I mean, and Donald Trump has led this war against diversity. So, I mean, that probably doesn't bode well. And Triple H is working on his little bitch
At
ass.
this point, should they just give Sean the book
right
on the main roster?
Right. Yeah. Well, I would have said that if I didn't see what Sean was doing with Javon for the last few months, you know. I thought I really, because Javon, they've actually booked Javon decent on the main roster outside of having him sign during a fucking commercial break. When he's been on the main roster and gotten booked, I thought they did solid jobs with him, you know?
Right.
Here comes the money.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Money talk.
That's the money.
Here comes the money.
What T. Anthony's saying, right?
All right. T. Anthony, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. He's fact checking us, y'all. He said Jeff Hardy won the World Heavyweight Championship once and the WWE Championship once. So just 2 times.
All right, 2 times. Okay.
World champion.
All right, yeah. So, you know.
I think Javon could get at least 3. Especially, again, with him being so young, I think he could get there like 3.
Yeah.
And don't drop the ball on him.
Yeah. And Jeff Hardy won those 2 world titles with all kind of stuff going on with that dude.
Right.
And I don't even hate on. Look, people been predicting doom and gloom for Jeff Hardy for as long as I can remember, and he's still like the one guy from that era that's like wrestling every week, you know,
jumping around. Yeah.
It's like I think Jeff Hardy just has different genes. Stay off of the, you know, the legal stuff. You know, I don't want you getting any more DUIs and shit. Exactly. But I mean, I don't know how people been predicting this guy's demise since I've been watching wrestling.
The problem, Chris, is Everybody
have-
out there that's predicting my demise, they can only see what's in the world. But I look
Right,
into the powers of my imagination, and I see different possibilities, Chris.
Right, yeah. That shit might work, man. Shit.
It might, dog. It
Those
might.
2 world title, right? God, yeah.
Jay Lacey, what are your thoughts on Ray's question? Oba or Javon Evans? Who do you think that they think has the most potential?
In real time, Oba Femi, because I think if I was Javon Evans, if I was in his ear, if I was his keep it real corner man, I would say, look, Javon, look, play for your next contract. Play for your next contract. 21, right? So you got AEW on one side, and we know Tony Khan been like cutting checks. He got the cash. Get a bidding war for yourself for your next contract. You young,
right.
So that's the long game I would play if I was that young brother. Oba Femi, he gonna hopefully, if they don't mess up the bag with him, they got a world champion, a dominant world champion right there with him. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So I don't know if that's gonna come by the end of 2026, by start of 2027, what have you. But you got a future world champion with him if creative does their due diligence in creating storylines, creating matchups for him to have. But Javon Evans, bro, sharpen your skill, get your weight up, get that next contract.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and also the thing too with getting your weight up is he's gonna have to get his weight up and learn how to wrestle at his new size. You know, that doesn't always work out for wrestlers.
I mean, right now, shoot, if I was 21 again, oh my gosh. I mean, you could jump up and down, you know. I treat my body like not Jeff Hardy, but what's his name? Darby Allin. You know what I'm saying? You young, get that money right now. Get a name for yourself, become a star, play for that next contract, bro. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I do think when his contract time is up, it's going to be a huge bidding war for him from both companies.
And to me, that's like, you know, we can go to Gerard here next, but I think that idea, Jay, is a no-lose situation for Javon Evans, assuming that the WWE doesn't get petty, which they can at times. But, like, to me, like, if you project 3 years from now, like, that's a dude that could walk in the door and be an AEW world champion, or at least be in that mix. You know, if his skills continue to mature and he does, you know, bulk up just a little bit, like, I think that's a star in the making. But Gerard Brown, what are your thoughts on what are your theories, brother, on these two men and whose ceiling, in fact, may be higher?
I am going to go with Oba to kick it off. Like my tag team partner said, in real time, it's going to be Oba. Oba's going to get there a lot faster. But I think if you give him just some time, and I mean that as in Javon, allow him to just build himself up as a U.S. title level contender on the main roster, winning and losing, even sometimes flirting and challenging for the world title, but losing. Do that year 3, year 4, I could see him winning a title. I think it's just going to take a slower road for him. He's a baby face and he's a flying, like he's got a lot of time like to build that up. But then like as he's flying, he's probably going to have to adjust that OG cutter into something just a little more tameable.
Yeah.
I look at Javon Evans like this. Oba is Batista, and they see the size, they love that, and they're going to push him to the moon. What Javon has to do is Javon is 21, 22. He's super young. He needs to prove his abilities and what he can do while he's on the main roster at these young ages. Show responsibility. Show that, I can make these towns on time. I can do the in-ring stuff. I can connect with the audience. I can do all these different things. I can listen to my elders and all that. Whatever that they need him to do. Do what they want you to do. Tap that dance, but keep your own image and your own truth.
Right.
Yeah.
And he could be Randy Orton, but Randy Orton without all the mess and all the trouble from back in the day.
Ooh,
Right, yeah.
And he'll slim up, get bigger and bigger as the time gets there.
Yeah.
Let him build himself, and then he can get that babyface title run
Right.
3.5 years down the line.
Yeah,
I can see this guy. Honestly, I don't think I'm being too forward when I say this, but I could see Oba Femi being like and even Javon to a different extent. I could see them being like a Rock or an Austin, where they like Oba is got that kind of personality. Like if you watch Oba in interviews outside of wrestling, he's got a charisma that not a lot of the main roster people have. And if you remember what made The Rock and Steve Austin, what made them so different is their popularity in wrestling got so like huge and overbearing that you really like WWE couldn't contain it, you know. And I don't think John Cena ever hit that level. John Cena became crossover once he left WWE. With The Rock and Steve Austin, they made WWE as popular as it's ever been, you know. And I think that Oba has that kind of potential. And I'm saying this with WWE having the system set up to where the way the system is set up now is like it's made for guys to never be bigger than the WWE brand.
No one's bigger than the Shield.
Right, yeah. And I think that Oba I think he's built differently. And I think Javon is built differently too. I think if Javon is, because I wasn't the biggest believer in Javon in the beginning until, you know, people were saying, oh, you got to see this guy, you got to see it. And then I start seeing him and I was like, yeah, this dude is not getting his due, you know. He's a superstar in the making.
So, Chris, I'm gonna jump off of your hot take with another hot take. Let's keep it hot up in here. Gerard Brown, to me, and again, you know, I said what I said earlier about Oba and Javon, not because of their individual talents, but because of the system. And I've been around too long to put faith in the system over the people, because that ain't the way it's ever worked. I hope that they can change, but you know, I live in Virginia, but I'm from Missouri. You got to show me, brother. But when you look at Javon Evans, and this may sound blasphemous, this may sound ludicrous, this may sound egregious to me, what you have in the young OG is if AJ Styles never went to TNA, you got to keep AJ under your own roof, train him up in the way you want to train him up. You have somebody who has the potential to be what AJ Styles was for his generation.
We will rebuild
Javon's
him.
got that potential to be for this next generation going forward. And you in on the ground floor of what could be the next generation's AJ Styles, in my opinion.
Right. I agree. I think so.
Okay,
right.
man.
All right, real quick.
Money.
Thank you.
All right. So, Dash and Derek Mitchell fact checking. T. Anthony's fact check.
Damn, we got dueling fact checks.
All right. Fact check correction. Jeff Hardy in the WWE 3 reigns.
Okay.
So I think Gerard.
That's what I said. God damn it.
3 reigns. 1-time WWE spinner belt champion, 2-time world heavyweight champion, TNA Impact Wrestling, 3 reigns as the TNA world heavyweight champion.
All right, yeah.
He literally won in the triple threat at Armageddon. He won in the ladder match against Edge, and then he beat in the feud with CM Punk. And one of those matches, he beats Punk for that belt back. And then loses it to Punk again, I think at SummerSlam in the TLC match.
Right.
So, yeah. That's 3, my G.
All right. All right, T. Anthony, we love you, brother.
Yeah. Anthony, you got me over here doubting
Got to
myself.
bring the
and shit.
facts, brother. You got to bring the evidence, like Gerard just did.
Welcome to Sunday Night Fact Down.
Oh no.
Put it on a T-shirt, Diggy Bird. All right, so
Ray, I look, Ray, I'm man enough to admit when I need to make a correction or apology. As ludicrous as your question sounded at the outset, this was actually a good discussion, man. Actually, a good question.
Yeah.
This may have been one of your best questions in a while, Ray.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a bad question. I was actually like, because this is something I did want to like dissect, you know.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and transition from brothers who are considered prospects and who the future is ahead of them to one brother who was considered a prospect, a very hot prospect about a year and a half ago. But since his debut on the main roster has been a very, very contentious subject right here on the NWA podcast, specifically between brother Chris Ely and the youngest in charge, Yick, hashtag Yick.
Shout out to Yick.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about Carmelo Hayes. Finally not missing. Finally, Melo. I mean, his run on Smackdown, can be considered full of misses, but finally not missing.
Misses and Mrs.
Yeah. Right. No, we gotta. I do want to correct the record on this, Ray. So it was contentious for that week, and then after Andrew saw what WWE start doing with my dude.
Yeah, nephew folded on that one pretty quickly.
He folded fast, so you know, like, and now that they're giving him a little bit of a push, I can't concede that he's a made guy yet, but I do think he's better off than he was when he was going back and forth with Andrade. Put it that way.
Gotcha. Well, let's keep it there though. So Chris already expressed he thinks he's in a better position than he was before. How about you all? Do you think Carmelo, with him defeating Ilya Dragunov for the United States Championship, do you think that he is in a better position? And do you think that the company sees a bit more in him than they did about a year and a half ago?
He's in a better position because they're actually doing something with him. Like, you know, I still don't have the greatest faith, Gerard and Jay and Ray and Chris, in this company's ability to truly nurture a talent like a Carmelo Hayes. But at least they're doing something with him now. At least they're allowing him to shine a little bit. He's got the belt. Had a really strong match on SmackDown this past week with Leon Slater. Shout out to Leon Slater out here getting checks. But again, man, there are parts of me that want to believe in Carmelo in this company, at least as it's currently constituted, Gerard. But there's this voice in the back of my head that's like, we don't believe you. You need more people. And I still need to see more because this could very easily be just, you know, transitional champion of the month or the season. And then we're on to the next, and Carmelo's back in the same position that he was 6 months ago or a year ago. And so I hope that they really are investing in Carmelo, and you know, he may not be one of their top priorities, but when you got somebody with that talent, like, you might as well utilize it while he's under contract and getting paid by you.
I agree. I think with Melo, it's one of those things where once Ahmed Johnson won the IC title for the first time, that was the biggest deal in WWE as far as black person winning a singles title. And then that just became the US title, and the IC title just became the belt you put on black guys, you know? So he's got that. So I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I don't know if we know how made he is with this win. I think there's still stuff to figure out.
I think it's a lot better. It's a lot better than him holding the doggone Andre charm on his neck.
Yeah.
Damn. Gerard, what are your thoughts on Melo on these streets?
I am happy that Melo has won the U.S. title, but for me, I wish I am not somebody who was as hot on the Ilya Dragunov win over Sammy, because to me, you go from that to then, okay, Ilya does the open challenge and then he loses it to Carmelo. It's like you're the third one now, and like if we would have had Sammy hold it this whole time until now. And then drop it to Carmelo at the end of last year.
Yeah.
That bigger win, telling a story between like Carmelo trying to actually like build that confidence back up in himself and then work his way back to the open challenge to go in and win against Sammy, I think would have been really good. Like they were trying to tell a story with him and Ilya, but I don't know. When I don't see the muscle behind the stories, it gives me worry for you, because once you lose this belt, where it took you this long to get to this belt, I don't think it should have took you this long to get to this belt. But cool, that's the case. What comes next? What comes next? Will he be on Mania next year? He wasn't this last year. He was on the Smackdown prior. Can he make it to Mania this year? I hope so. I want him to, but I don't know. I don't even know if he'll have the U.S. title by Mania.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the rosters in both companies are just so packed that, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I think it's tough. I think it's tough. I think this does push him out. At least they finally noticed him and they got him out of the Miz vortex, if you will.
Right.
I think it'll all depend on now, like who else are they going to feed to him? Like you can only have so many Johnny Garganos step up and like other folks kind of step up. Like how are you going to prove yourself? Or are they gonna? I know it was mentioned earlier. Are they going to cycle? Are they going to cycle our boy Trick and then like get them back together with them having so much chemistry, either as friends or foes? So I mean, it'll be interesting to see where they go from him. But I'm glad that they see him in a better light now, that they can put a championship on him, because they had the opportunity to put a championship on him, like you mentioned, with him and having that series with Andrade. And so I think I'm glad that they do see better things for him. But as far as like a main event run, I don't know if that's going to be happening anytime soon.
You bring up that series with Andrade, but that's my big issue about the whole Melo push is thing about, can anybody remember the last match of that series?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember the first match of that series.
Didn't LA Knight just throw it out? He was like the special guest referee or something.
You never even got to have it would be as if I walked onto the court during the NBA Finals, Game 7, and said
exactly,
and then it's over.
Adam Silver just like, that's it.
We're not going to reschedule the NBA Finals.
No champion.
Anything. We're just going to move on as if it never happened.
Yeah.
When your storyline moved along like it never happened.
Sorry, man. This is kind of put me in a depressed mood, man. Like, God,
no, but like I'm keeping it. No,
this is sad stuff, man. Melo, I hope you get all the shit, man. All the flowers,
we was talking all that mess before about all the different people we were talking about before, but let's look at it like this. Trick is somebody with the gift of gab and the size that will give him the advantage in the future.
I agree.
Javon has the ability to bulk up in size, just weight size. He's already got the nice energy, and he's got the skill in the ring. You bolster that up, because here's the thing: Javon and Melo in ring wise are probably about the same.
Right.
What makes them different is the size. And that
Yeah.
size will then take Javon so far. Oba
And
got
the age,
size
like it's
away.
only a few years, but it makes a difference.
Right, yeah.
And so what does Melo have to stand out? I hate to say it, but Melo needs to be in a Diesel-like role. Like where you got a Sean Diesel type dynamic. He comes off way better when he has somebody else to play off of. And I hate this. Like, I don't want another Trick, but like it almost feels like you'd be putting Trick in a different place because, like, then do you do tag teams, or is it Trick going for the world title and then now Melo's his goon and we swap the dynamics?
Exactly.
Because then what does that do for Melo?
That's why I was mad that they didn't put Melo in the faction that Heyman's doing with those guys, because you already got 2 muscle guys in the group, you know. Like, why couldn't Melo be like the sneaky guy in the group?
We know why Melo couldn't join the white vision.
I mean, we know why, but I'm doing the hypothetical thing we do. On
right, I get you, Doc.
It's like because it's like Melo is so underused. It's sad, and fucking Gerard's NBA Finals comparison.
That was a great analogy.
It's just, my God, man.
You know who Melo feels like, guys? And this is unfair to Carmelo, and it's probably unfair to the people I'm going to compare him to, but he feels like that 05 to maybe 07, 08 era of mid-card champions on SmackDown.
Right, yeah.
Very capable in ring, but their reigns were very forgettable and very kind of generic, and they all kind of blended into each other. And it's like, yeah, you feel a lot like Kenny Dykstra on these streets, my boy. Like feel a lot like some of them cats. And it's like, I want more for Melo than what those guys had back in the day, because we know Melo has the talent. I just don't think, to Gerard's point, especially when you're bringing in these other folks who may have similarities to Melo, but they also have unique differences. I think if I'm looking from their perspective, what does Melo have to offer that they don't? Jay Lacey, can you rescue Melo from the mid card?
I think what they've done so far in 26 has been pretty solid. I mean, he's getting TV time, he's getting airtime with his matches, he's showing his athleticism, what actually brought him to the dance. But beyond that, nah. You know, I don't have. Again, it comes back to SmackDown. Well, I mean, look, SmackDown's going to 3 hours, or has gone to 3 hours, so they're going to have to fill up that airtime with something other than commercials. They got to fill up some airtime. So okay, who do we got that can actually, you know, put butts in seats? Oh, there's this Carmelo Hayes dude. He's actually pretty decent. Let's see what he can do. So I think they're using him now, playing to his strengths, which is great. How long he's going to have the U.S. title, I don't know. I mean, I would hope that they have something, you know, substantial for him, you know, because I don't see a world title run with him, especially with this roster. But at the same time, is this his ceiling, or maybe he needs to go to a Raw where I don't know, but. So far, what they're doing with him is actually a lot better than what they've done in the last 2 years with him being on the main roster. So that gives me some kind of hope.
It's to me, it's like I have to know, and maybe I'll chat GPT some of this shit, but is he in a contract year, you know? Because that could always make a difference as to why, like why someone suddenly gets a U.S. title reign, you know? Well, we want to keep you around, so we'll do that. I think they kind of did that to Chad Gable, you know. It was like he was in a contract year, and they gave him a belt, and then, you know, they signed him.
Feels so like it almost feels like Chris. And again, I don't want to disrespect this brother because I was a fan of this brother back in his day, but it feels like, as much as I alluded to Javon Evans potentially being this new age AJ Styles, it kind of feels like in this company, they view Melo as this generation's Chavo Guerrero. Like, we're going to give you a little something, player, but there is a level that we see you at, and we will not allow you to progress past that level. And unfortunately,
you had a European
that's how they
title
view
for a little
Melo.
bit. Yeah, you can have a European title run for a little bit.
You know, hey, if we bring the cruiserweight title back, you might get that.
Like heavyweight, yeah, you can.
Yeah,
yeah.
And that's what one thing about WCW. They made that shit so easy on Nitro with the cruiserweight division. It's like, let's throw these cruiserweights in hour one, and the second and third hour. You know, we do, and sometimes one thing I did like about Nitro too is they would have a storyline go through from the beginning of Nitro, the first hour to the third hour, and then that first hour you'd have the cruiserweight matches, but you still had the main event storyline bubbling in the background. And WWE just doesn't. They just hate cruiserweights for some reason. I don't know. But I mean, Eric Bischoff, and I'm not a person that praises Eric Bischoff, but he did make that shit look easy, you know, like with that third hour, you know.
Right. And you mentioned a good point, Chris, as far as thinking if this might be a contract year, because I think if it is, then I think he could take the roadmap that Gerard set up for Javon Evans. Is like just keep pushing, keep doing your best, because I think if he's going to fall on the rope, like we've kind of seen it in the past with like a Cedric Alexander or with a Ricochet, or like if you're not getting your just due, like just keep your nose down, keep your head on the grindstone, and then if you get another opportunity to go elsewhere and make the most of it, then go ahead and take that opportunity. So I do think that would be very, very interesting if he is on a contract year, or if there's something coming up to where he's trying to get out of his contract.
I just think the brother was born too late, Ray, because this man Carmelo Hayes would have killed on 205 Live, cuz.
Yeah, that is true.
Him and Noam Dahl on these streets.
But then what would he be doing right now?
I ain't thought it out that far.
No. But what would he be doing right now? Is he the fifth member of the Rascals? Is he? What are we doing?
NWA World Heavyweight Champion. How about that?
Yeah,
hey, it's better than Tom Latimer,
I think he'd be doing something though. Like the thing with AEW, and this is because I don't watch Collision on a regular basis anymore.
Shout out to Kate from Montreal.
Yeah, shout out to her. She does got the Lord's work with that. But what I was gonna say is like they do have wrestlers that work Saturday night that get TV time that I had no clue were still working in AEW. You know, wow. So I mean. He could get a Saturday night spot, and the people that watch AEW, that watch Saturday night AEW, he could be fine, and work his way up to Wednesday. I don't know the protocol for AEW as far as that's concerned. I'm still waiting for Athena to be on regular television every week,
True.
Look, I don't know how much they paying.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
All right. My bad, Gerard.
Speaking of paying.
Money talk.
Exactly. Dash and Derek Mitchell, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Appreciate it.
Melo contract signing date of 2/12/21. And typical multi-year deals for talent. Melo is approaching his 5th year with WWE, which suggests that he is in a contract.
Yeah, exactly. And I knew. Yeah.
Information.
These motherfuckers aren't slick, It's like
we there. I got you.
Okay.
I heard about it, but yeah, we on the same wavelength.
Because if he's on a contract year, then he's got some soul searching to do. He's got to figure out where he thinks he fits in the best and who's going to utilize him the best. I'll say this: I never knew Ricochet had a personality.
And they didn't
when he first got signed to AEW, I was like, okay, what the hell is this brother gonna do different in AEW that he did in WWE? The superheroes are real bullshit. I was like, I thought he was forever a lame. And he goes to AEW, and now I'm thinking this guy could be world champion soon, eventually. So maybe Melo could go to AEW and have that kind of same career resurgence, because like I said, I mean, they gave Ricochet that opportunity, and Ricochet is one of the best characters in AEW right now.
Yes, he is.
When I thought there was no hope for that dude. I was like, dude, you got Samantha Irvin, you're winning in life, there's nothing else you need to do. But man, he went to AEW and proved me and probably a lot of other people wrong.
And AEW is a company where if Melo doesn't succeed, it won't be because of his stature.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I think is a difference from his current employer.
That is true.
And to be honest with you, too, the one thing I didn't hit on is like Carmelo Hayes, his stature is like a 96, 97 Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very similar. I mean, Shawn Michaels, he was heavyweight champion. He was going up against those giants. Like you had Undertaker, who is much larger than him, and putting on some great matches, some matches that are Hall of Fame worthy matches, right? So I mean, if given the opportunity, I think for his for Carmelo's potential, yeah, we could have that. But again, you got to set this brother up for success, and I just don't see that the people in the writers' room that are pitching these ideas are not thinking that way. They're just thinking, oh, who else can we get on TV? I mean, now we got 3 hours. So let's get it right. Come on, do better.
So with the idea that he is in a contract year, they put the U.S. title on. If he's really in a contract year, I haven't fact checked it myself. Maybe I could go to ChatGPT. Ray, that's probably going to have to be one of your new responsibilities, is to go to ChatGPT and ask it shit. But what I was going to say is, if he's in contract year, if he's in a contract year, and they gave him the U.S. title, I think it's safe to say he's going to be on WrestleMania this year. The question is it wise to fall for the okie doke? Is it wise because you got the U.S. title and you got a WrestleMania paycheck to go ahead and think it's safe to sign there? Or are you going to be looking for the secret arts of lucha once you sign the contract? Like, and is that something? I mean, what's your motivation? If the motivation is the money and that's what you want, that's what you care about, then make your money, because WWE, you'll get your money. I'm sure of that. But if you're like Ricochet, because Ricochet was getting his money, he said as much, but he's an artist, and artists have to create, and that's why he went to AEW. So that's the kind of soul searching that Melo's going to have to do, is like, what is your wrestling motivation at this point in your life?
Because it might look lovely now, but all it takes is one person in a position of power, Ray, to look at Carmelo and just be like, "I'm sorry, kid, you just don't have it, by God."
Right.
Hey, they can use you on AMC from 9 to 11 on Thursdays.
Hey, well, we're going to have to talk about that.
I don't know how much they pay.
Hey, writer's room. I'll just say that.
Right. So is it just a general question? Is it if he's in the contract year, is it wise for him to resign, or should he test the waters elsewhere?
If he's going to test the waters, and if he really did sign his contract on the 12th, if he doesn't resign, he ain't getting that Mania match. So
right.
Put that. No, because like, why am I investing? Like, no, but keep it a buck. Like, even if it's me,
I mean,
why am I investing in you if you are telling me you're unsure if you're going to be here past this point? That's my biggest show of the year. I need people to be invested in you post that point. So,
well, what they did with Lashley this year, or when not this year, but when his last year in WWE, is they knew he was in a contract year, and they put him in a throwaway match on WrestleMania to kind of keep him around. But Lashley, when he got called by MVP, he decided to run it back in AEW. You know, it was because that was the he felt that was the best move for his career with Vince McMahon not being there anymore. So
I think it just depends on what Melo wants. Like what are his goals? What are his ambitions in life? Also, it depends on what the interest level from AEW would be as well.
Yeah. Tony Khan would. I think Triple H and
to Derek's point, the Kalani Jordan of it all. Like sometimes it's best to keep a happy home.
Yeah. I was going to say, like these bookers, AEW and WWE collect wrestlers like action figures, man. It's like, when is the roster full enough? You know, like when they signed Andrade, and I'm not against them signing Andrade. I'm glad they did it, but was there a immediate need to sign Andrade? You know, like was that a need, or did you just sign?
I'll answer no.
Yeah,
yes.
You signed him because he was available.
Yeah, I mean,
you say yes.
Yeah, you got these partnerships with New Japan, CMLL. I mean, if you can't give them reps on a Wednesday night or a Saturday night, you could go international, stamp that passport, get your work in. You know.
Yeah,
But
and that's
But-
one thing I do like about this era is like there is work for these guys because the way these companies are just hiring everybody. You know. Sorry, Gerard. Go ahead.
No, the yes is, and I agree with Jay. Like you have multiple places you can send the people, but also you're leaving WWE or you're leaving AEW. I want that buzz. There's a reason why Ricky, as fast as he did, was on NXT television a day or two after his contract expired.
Right.
The question is, how long is Hobbs gonna wait until we see Hobbs? Is it the Rumble? Do we get a Saudi Rumble surprise out of Hobbs, or do we wait until NXT television and he quietly comes out of the crowd and says, "You might have read my book." But
they'll make the decision where they want to debut him at. If I were debuting Hobbs, I would probably do it as a post-Mania debut. But you know, they'll make that decision. You know, he'd be good as a Rumble debut too. I think you're going to need a couple of those surprises this year. You know, I'm guessing Jericho's going to probably be one. Hobbs could be one. It's an intriguing time around Rumble time this year, you know.
But look at that. You're reading off AEW names it's about the buzz. And so when you come to school with your brand new action figure, you showing it off to everybody because what's gonna happen after you're done? Hey, look what I got right here. Oh damn. Oh, look at him. I wish I had that action figure. Oh, you know what? I'll wait till I get my new action figure. I'm gonna bring it tomorrow. It's gonna outshine everybody else's action figure, and that's all it is. It's the buzz of people trying to outshine each other. So let me sign you. It's gonna outshine this. Oh, let me sign you. It's gonna outshine this. So you're looking at AEW names in that Rumble that you're talking about. Oh, a Jericho, a Hobbs. We're looking at the Phoenixes, the Pentas, all those folks who are bolstering up these positions on WWE television. It'd be cool to see some more go back to AEW because it helps bolster everybody up. It helps that buzz, and AEW needs that buzz. So because it then makes them say, "Hey, we're desired and we're wanted too."
Right? Yeah. Because I mean, that's what makes wrestling. Ever since AEW became a thing, this is what makes wrestling good, is who might jump here and who might jump there. Hobbs, even though he's not an A-list AEW star, I'd be lying if I said there was no intrigue in seeing what he's going to do in WWE. And people, and this is always the best time for these cats too, because right now your imagination could run wild on, you could book Tops to do this with that person, him and Braun Breaker could do this and do that, and then the company will kill your hopes with some bullshit booking.
It's Deacon Hobbs.
Right, yeah, but right now you
not that collar.
Yeah, right.
Reverend Hobbs on these streets
can barely fit around his neck in the first place.
Right, yeah. So yeah, and shout out to Hobbs, because I mean, for him, because I remember a few years ago he gave an interview and he was talking about how loyal he was to Tony Khan and all the stuff Tony Khan did for him. I think it was after his mom died or something like that. And he was like real loyal to TK, which I think is good. But when you're talking about business, your loyalty can't be to a company. Your loyalty has to be to whatever you think the best decision is for yourself. Because what these companies have proven is that you are expendable. You are somebody that can be replaced. So you have to you have to think a little bit more critically about what your future is and what's going to be the best thing for you, your family. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a wife? Like, do you have what do you have that? And how can WWE make your life better than AEW is making it?
Hey, yo, Ray, we can't hear you, Ray.
Ray is emotionally muted right now.
One thing that I did want to mention real quick, when you talked about the surprises in the Royal Rumble, I think there's only so many surprises you could kind of get away with, since the Royal Rumble is in Saudi Arabia, and that stuff is going to get out once those guys get off the plane.
Exactly. Yeah. Or someone's gonna be checking itineraries at the airport. A motherfucker with a fake ass name going to Saudi Arabia. People making guesses as to who it is. Yeah.
Who is Billy Peoples?
Right. Yeah.
Who's that large black man with a hijab on? What is going on?
Yeah.
So you want to stay in Saudi Arabia for a while, Ray?
Not at all.
I don't mean literally. I mean figuratively. In terms of
figuratively. Yeah, we can go ahead. We can go ahead and take. Yeah. Go ahead and take ourselves to Saudi Arabia.
There's an extended version of the damn jingle I heard the other night. I'm like, where did these extra notes come from?
That's a director's cut. It
was like do 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 do. I was like, hold on, player.
All right, Saudi. All right, calm down. Calm down, MBS. Okay,
they got that 2026 remix.
Right.
And then you got a person coming in. Whoa. You're not ready for this. Let me take it back for you. Whoa. We about to it's strong.
Right.
Another one.
All right,
Let's talk about this event which is coming up on the horizon.
Indeed. Let's go off this Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in our minds. Well, first off, before we get into any of the predictions, I do want to play a rousing game of Posternomics, my friends.
Woo.
All right, so, and matter of fact, I want to go ahead and bring that out a little bit more.
With a different view.
Let me. I'm trying to see if we can get it just with the image by itself. but I think it's going to take a lot. So I think we're going to keep it like that for now. Or matter of fact, let's just bring us back so that we can see the whole thing a little bit more. All right, so there's three things that
right. You don't see color. Sheesh. All monochrome.
I know, right?
Everybody looks like burnt sepia to me, kid.
Burnt sepia. All right, so let's go ahead and play
Burnt
around.
sienna.
Postonomics. All right, so we see all of these folks on the poster. They have pretty much two sides to like their faces, like one main portrait and then another like side view, kind of like a reflection, if you will. And so we see a number of prominent names on this screen, with one being Brock Lesnar, who's down at the bottom, next to one Samoan Joe, aka Roman Reigns,
A Samoan name
Akuma.
It's Samoa Joe and a Samoan name Joe.
A Samoan named Joe, yes, sir.
All right.
You got to say the whole thing like a pimp named Slickback.
So, oh my God. All right. So we have the names that you expect to be on here. We got the Cody Rhodeses on here. We got the CM Punks. We got Drew McIntyre. So we have our two men's world champions. We also have our two women's world champions with Stephanie Vaquer and with Jade Cargill. Jade Cargill being the only black person on this poster, which is something entirely different. But like you said, as Triple H would say, he doesn't see color. He just sees this shade of gold. But one person that stands out to me, brothers, and I don't know if you noticed this person, but to the far left, just above Braun Breaker, I don't know if you guys recognize this because it took me a while to kind of figure this image out in my head, but
it's Maxine,
is that Maxine Dupree on the poster?
Yeah, it's Maxine.
Are they trying to highlight Maxine Dupree on?
She done made it.
Oh, no. What's even worse about that is, damn, you don't get the WrestleMania video package. Your act can't even make the Rumble poster. Tell me Bailey leaving without tell me Bailey leaving.
Be gone.
Yeah.
Maybe the bird lady might go with her. She ain't on here either.
Did you guys see that CVV?
No Oscar. No Rio.
You said what now, Chris? Did we see the what now?
The CVV interview Bailey did.
Oh, I haven't seen, like, she did one recently.
Yeah, she did one like a week ago. So.
Oh, I have to check it out. I haven't checked it out.
But, there wasn't anything super telling in it, so.
Gotcha. But does anything else to you, brothers, stand out in this poster?
Well, the women's match winner ain't on there. I can tell you that.
Well, they got to sneak her in, brother. They're going to sneak her in on the plane.
Yeah,
she's going to be a surprise entrant.
The only thing I can say is I think the belt is going to end up back on Cody by WrestleMania. I don't know if it's going to be by him winning the Royal Rumble or the Elimination Chamber, but I think WWE is like, because I was kind of hopeful, because Gerard got me a little excited about this. I was hoping Braun Breaker was gonna beat CM Punk on that first episode of Raw, but then once you start seeing how things played out, and even in the New York crowd, they really weren't that excited about Braun Breaker. So I think if you would have had him beat CM Punk that night, it would have been very forgettable. I think they're going to want to go with stars for WrestleMania, especially since last year, one of the world title matches was pretty much like a mid-card match with Gunther and Jey Uso. I think they're going to probably want both world titles to be the main event this year. And if they're going to go that route, I only see like a few people be in there, like a Cody, a Roman, what's his name, CM Punk, or just somebody of that caliber, you know. And the poster, I don't know. That's one of the goofiest posters I've seen from them in a while. So I can't. I can't. I don't know how much thought I could give to that. But yeah. So.
All right. Well, let's kind of stay in that vein, then, Brother Chris. So you did mention you think that Cody is going to win the championship by Mania. So he's already declared for the Royal Rumble. So we know that for the most part, he's not going to have a championship match on the Rumble card. So first off, do we see either or both the WWE and the World Heavyweight Championships defended on the Royal Rumble card this year?
I kind of do, because I don't know how, like, because I could see Drew McIntyre defending at WrestleMania and losing, but I could also see them like being like, well, Seth or not Seth is. I don't think he's going to be well by then. But all I know is that I think that unless they make one of the world title matches an unimportant opening card match, which I don't think they're doing this year, just based on who's holding the world title. I think that's going to be a main event for one of the nights, and the other night's going to be the one that Cody used to hold, that Drew used to hold. And I think it's just they're just going to want some star power in both matches.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this, Jay and Gerard and Chris and Ray, is for so long the Saudi shows were pretty much just glorified house shows.
Right. Yeah.
And it hadn't been until recently where what happened in Saudi didn't just stay in Saudi. It actually had ramifications with your regular programming once they got back stateside. And so that's kind of what makes this interesting to me, Gerard, because I think on the one hand, they want the Rumble winner to have that star power like a Cody. But is that the best thing for the story going forward? Like, should this be the way Cody gets back to this title match, or should we go another route? And so I think, like, I'm pretty certain that Bianca is the pick for the Women's Rumble. And as much as I would like to give it up for Devontae to win the men's match, I'm not sure if that's the right call.
You just jumping right into the predictions, Brother Nate. We were still all right. So real quick, first off, T. Anthony, yes. And Drew is the champion. Yes, he is. We were just discussing like
don't try to get your fact check title back now.
Okay. So here's the thing with that too. I don't know how reliable this is. I do believe Dave Meltzer when it comes to shit like this. In the Observer, he said Cody Rhodes and Drew McIntyre were the ones that talked them into putting the belt on Drew McIntyre.
Right.
You know? So I
can see Cody wanting to do that.
Yeah, and because I'll say this in Cody's defense, Smackdown was just not a show. It needed something, man. It needed something, and Drew beating him on that show, even if it's by a fluky bullshit way, it at least tells you that if you watch SmackDown, something like this could happen. You know,
right?
I like that, you know, Cody's in the Rumble, but I don't need to see him win 3 straight times.
That's true.
Right.
No, not 3 straight times, but 3 times as a Royal Rumble winner. I don't need to see him as that. I'd love to see someone else get some new blood, get somebody else that hasn't won the Rumble, put that on their resume. And if you want Cody to go to Mania and get a belt, do it. Win the elimination chamber.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to see Cody's hand raised another time at the Rumble. That's just like, why?
Like how? I'll say this too about the Saudi Arabian fans. Like, how much would they accept like like a Braun Breaker or just like someone that's on the cusp but not really in the superstar role yet, how much would they accept them as the winner? Because I remember one of the things that I was reading about was the Saudi Arabian fans, they were starting to get hip to like shit, not like Nate was saying, like the stuff that happened in Saudi Arabia was house shows. They weren't connected to main roster shit. And then, you know, the fans there start saying like, hey, why doesn't the superstars ever win, you know? So having someone like a Cody win over there, I'm with you, and I'm with Nate and Jarek. I don't think, or Jarek, Jarek, I don't think that needs to happen, but I can see them thinking like, okay, we need to give these Saudi Arabian fans something, man. And
if not Cody, it's got to be somebody on that level, Roman.
Yeah,
somebody.
Exactly. That's what my point is. It's got to be some. I don't think they'll. If it's Jay Uso or something like that, I could see.
Jay said, "Hey, WrestleMania, run it back." No, no.
I can see those fans rebelling if it's not somebody that they take seriously.
All right. Well, real quick, I did want to mention, and I believe our brother Kevin Abreu or Kevin Abreu -D4X, he had a good point. He said, why Saturday night's main event and Royal Rumble need to be close to each other in the same month? Stupid. So there is a Saturday night's main event next Saturday, guys. And for on that card is going to be a four-way. I think you mentioned it, Gerard. Is going to be a four-way match to determine the number one contender between Trick Williams, Randy Orton, Sami Zayn, and who's
Damian
the last
Priest.
person? Damian Priest. So I believe that's going to decide who's going to probably fight on the Royal Rumble card. So first off, who do you guys got making it out of that match, and do they end up winning the title, or does Drew retain? We'll start with you, Nate.
I think there's a way to do this where you almost have the echoes, Gerard, of Cody's story, in that the first time through, despite what some folks debated about, they didn't put the belt on Cody. And they kind of lucked their way into a storyline that was intriguing with the chase back. And I think, you know, you and I, Gerard, like we came to this program tonight in the same Honda because we're on one accord, brother. I think Sammy wins the world title at Mania in Saudi, and maybe he wins this four-way and then loses this first opportunity in Saudi, and then that whets the appetite for him to finally do it when they bring it back.
Okay.
I see Nate chose violence because I mean they're gonna riot if that don't happen, bro. I actually think that, you know, with Saturday night's main event, that's in Montreal if I'm not mistaken, correct? Or it's in Canada somewhere. Yeah. So they had the last time they were in Canada and they had like a major profile event with Sami Zayn there. I believe he lost. I think he's gonna get that win back this time and also go to Rumble, and I'm hoping that he gets his title this time here, and what he does with it.
I agree. I think politics right now is just too fucking crazy. Right now, while the Saudi Arabians are accepting of Syrians, don't play with this shit too much, man. Not in Trump's America, not on this geopolitical stage. In my opinion, give the shit to Sami Zayn. Call it a fucking day. And let's move on with happy Saudi Arabians on the world stage.
That's how they're gonna close it, with Sammy holding the belt.
All right, Brother Gerard.
I said it earlier. I'm gonna break it down like this. Nice and simple. It's gonna be Sammy in Montreal in his hometown winning to go on to Rumble to lose because we need to build that heat up in the Saudi Arabia market because we have a bigger event where we can blow this up to the degree next year. So, and when you look at all the Saudi events over the years and years and years, they loved trying to have a hometown hero. That was Mansoor prior. It is now Sammy.
Yeah.
And yes, I like to hope and pray that the world relations stay good, that the Syrian people and all the relations stay good. But with that said, Drew is going to go to Mania because we're gonna run a Mania match back from WrestleMania 35. If they could boo Roman after he just beat cancer at WrestleMania 35 in a singles match buried under the card, I think they want that rematch back so they can run that back again. And you know what Drew's character needs to stop harping on about being cheated and to right one of those wrongs he's had cheated this whole time. I'm gonna answer a few different questions all at once. Ray, you asked earlier, is the World Heavyweight Championship going to be on the line at the Rumble? Probably not if the Triple H standard of cards is to be as believed. It's going to be 4 matches. The 4th match will be determined by this fatal 4-way. So I think Punk defends again against Finn for the second time at Saturday night's main event. With that then said, I say Sammy wins this. I think the Rumble winner is Roman Reigns. Because Drew versus Roman to rematch their WrestleMania 35 match, but now with a title on the line. Babyface Roman trying to get that belt back.
The Roman that the crowd actually wants to see win this time.
Yeah, and the Roman that will win too. So if it's Roman in the Royal Rumble and he's fighting Drew McIntyre, that to me is shooting crab in the barrel.
But somebody said it earlier. Cody going through the chamber, because Cody's gonna go to Mania in a world title match. I know that's not gonna happen. Yeah. But you have that against maybe a Punk?
Yeah. Because last they were able to kind of cheat a little bit and have one of the nights of WrestleMania be a tag match. So you could get CM Punk, like 4 guys in the main event of night 1. The question is, are they going to want to do that again? Because they did that the year before with The Rock and Roman in night 1 versus Cody and Rollins in night 1. You know, so are they going to want to do? Because are you going to want to tell your fans that night 1 is going to be an automatic tag match and night 2 is going to be the real main event, you know? Or are you gonna want to be like, okay, night 1's gonna be a world title match, night 2 is gonna be a world title match.
We haven't had this discussion in a while, Ray.
Night 1, night 2, there you go.
No, I'm just saying, man, because let's be honest though. Night 2 is the night where everything culminates, you know. So if you want to say they're both equally the night 1, I don't want to fucking argue this shit no more. Whatever, man. They're both equal main.
Whatever
events.
makes you happy, Ray Williams.
Right.
Night 2 is the corporate main event. That's what the business.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. Night 2 is the night 2 is, and it's always funny too when I say that night 2 is the real main event, and then I'll say, okay, well, fine. Why don't you put Roman Reigns versus such and such in night 1? Like, no, he's going to be night 2. So what is it, man? Is night 1 equal main event? Because if night 1 is the equal main event, you can put Roman Reigns in that main event.
I mean, they did this year though.
I never said don't put Roman Reigns on night 1. Somebody on here said don't put The Rock on night 1 of WrestleMania. Remember that?
Well, yeah, that was different though. That was different because that was setting up for night 2, and Rock was in the main event of night 2 as well. So I mean,
Touche.
Yes, it's just like I don't know, like the thing is if the fans didn't have such a kerfuffle over them taking the spot from Cody Rhodes, The Rock would have been in night 2, you know. He just would have been, you know. But I think the fact that he's one of the like corporate overlords in that company, you know, The Rock isn't going to set himself up to be triple. The Rock is not going to set himself up to be booed over some corporate shit. I could promise you that. Like there's a reason why The Rock hasn't came back to WWE yet. It's not because of the movie schedule. It's because he knows that he's probably going to meet a bunch of fucking boos when he comes back. So he'll come back when there's less likely a chance of him booing. If he's not going to win the Oscar, but I do think now it's a greater than 50% chance that he's going to get the nomination for the Oscar, right? And I do think they're going to want to make a big deal of that. On WWE this year, you know, so sometime after WrestleMania, and the fans are gonna just like the fact that he was nominated for that Oscar, you know.
I don't know, because I don't think he's been getting a lot of buzz, and I don't know if I was.
No, he's been getting a ton of buzz for that role, just for the nomination aspect of it. He was nominated for the Golden Globe.
For a Golden Globe.
Yeah, he was nominated. He lost to, and then the guy they gave it to, I doubt he was better than Michael B. Jordan in Sinners.
Who Chalamet?
They gave it to Timothy Chalamet.
No, they gave it to some other white guy. I was reading in the trades. I was reading in Variety or one of those things. Could have been Entertainment Weekly, but they were saying that the fact that Michael B. Jordan didn't win the Golden Globe actually increases his chance of winning the Oscar. The thing with the thing The Rock has to worry about is when you there's 2 best actor categories at the Golden Globes. There's best actor in a drama, and there's best actor in a comedy or a musical.
Right.
And it's gonna eliminate a few people from being nominated for the Oscar. The thing that The Rock has going for him, and this sometimes happens too, is a person that was in the worst, that the movie isn't the greatest, but the performance is a tour de force performance, they get nominated. And I will say, I do think that him playing Mark Kerr in that movie was his best acting performance, just from strictly from a critical perspective, you know. The movie wasn't great, but I think The Rock went to a range that a lot of people didn't expect from him, you know. So I think that puts him in a good position to at least get nominated. And if he gets that nomination, I do think WWE is going to want to tout that. If he doesn't get the nomination, then he'll probably sit out the rest of the year in WWE, like because I do think some boos are waiting for his ass when he comes back.
This is for Travis Scott.
Yeah. I think those boos are just waiting for his ass. Right. I actually don't hope I'm wrong. I think he probably needs to get a little bit of that. You know?
The reality check.
Yeah, a little bit. You know? And I love The Rock, but come on, man. Now, you are responsible for part of one of the worst booking years in WWE history. Yeah. And a big part of that is because of you.
Yeah, well, you know how Dwayne is. He doesn't like causing division, so he's going to be
that's one of the things that's probably going to fuck him up from winning the Oscar, that causing division line, because that crowd, you know, they do vote on politics at the Oscars or in the Golden Globes. Don't think that they don't. They do.
And see, I like to call it division. And so I made a mistake in my prediction. I need to stand on business. And I want to just upset Chris completely. And so with that said, I apologize. Braun Breaker is going to win the Rumble. Because I've said that before. Braun Breaker is going to win that Rumble.
Okay.
I could easily see somehow at the Chamber, Roman just getting a 1v1 with Punk and beating Punk. You might say I don't see that. But I done told you, Chris. I done told you, Chris, what's gonna happen. I've been telling you this for a hot minute. I'm a stand on business. I told you when it was gonna happen. It's gonna happen at Mania. Them shoulders gonna go to the mat on Roman Reigns.
And Chris,
Braun Breaker pinning him for that world championship.
And if it don't happen at Mania, it's happening at SummerSlam, Chris. And if it don't happen at SummerSlam, it's happening in your house.
I actually thought Braun Breaker had a chance to main event WrestleMania this year until I watched that Raw on Netflix. I don't think that's happening anymore.
Was that the Stranger Things episode?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a trash episode of Raw. I think
if he wins the Royal Rumble, then the match he's in for the world title at WrestleMania is going to be a curtain jerker match like it was for Jey Uso last year. I just don't think that's going to be billed as a main event. Not when you got CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and Cody on the roster. I just don't see a reality where they put, unless Braun is fighting one of those guys, then maybe, you know.
Braun and Roman Reigns. I told you what the match gonna be, and then that's your superstar. That's your main event. There you go. Punk got his main event last year. We could just shuffle him down the card somewhere. He'll be okay.
Company man,
Company man will do just fine. Where he's going. Even gave him a world title reign. Give him a little angst. Oh, why is that the world title to Mania? You know what? I need to get a chip on my shoulder.
CM Punk has some.
There we go.
CM Punk has some sway in that company. If he wants to be in the main event, he's gonna be in the main event. It's all those the three have the sway. You know, Braun Breaker's just not quite there yet. I'm not saying he's never gonna be there, but like I was saying, when I watched that episode of Raw on Netflix from New York, it was just so apparent that CM Punk needed to win that match. I think a better match, Gerard, would be if Braun Breaker won the Royal Rumble, him beating CM Punk. I think people would probably be more accepting of that than him beating a Roman Reigns, just because Roman Reigns, seeing him wrestle is just such a rarity these days. But yeah, I don't think Braun Breaker is main event this year.
Chris, when this happens, I'm not gonna make you come up here because the weather, we can't depend on the weather up here. But I will personally fly my happy little black ass down to the LA area, and we will take a photo, shaking hands, and commemorating this moment of, you was right, my dog. That show didn't happen in Mania.
I could do it on the air.
No need for travel.
But I just don't see that at the moment.
That's got to be the bet. If this happens at WrestleMania, then on that following NWA podcast, Ray, we just have to have one segment where it's ISO'd on Chris and Gerard. And Chris turns to Gerard and says, "I respect you, Booker man."
I have to know also. How do the Saudi fans feel about Braun Breaker too? That's one of the things I need to know because I don't know.
If they had great storytelling, Braun Breaker will make them feel something. if given the opportunity. You know what I mean? Because I think you should pull the trigger on him now, because we're getting like we need to start getting some new blood in here if we're gonna keep the audience, right? So we're talking about bringing in new blood like Braun Breaker. We got Trick Williams we talked about earlier. We got Oba Femi we talked about earlier. We got the old guard like CM Punk. Mm-hmm. Okay, he's had his time. Okay, cool. We got Drew McIntyre. Okay, let's see what he does with his run. But I'm more interested in seeing what these young cats and these young lions can do. Just me.
Right. Okay, so my final thing on Braun Breaker, because I still don't think he's winning the Royal Rumble. But this is what I do think. I think if he wins the Royal Rumble, he's beaten CM Punk. I don't think he's beaten Roman. I think he's and I'm not saying he's never beaten Roman Reigns. I just don't think it's going to be a
Roman Reigns retirement match 10 years from now. He finally gets the dub.
Okay, so not to be that petty guy who just keeps extending it.
Yes. Gerard, 10 years from now, Gerard will finally have his day.
Nope. Because I'm sure at any point I could be right. I'm gonna give from now till SummerSlam.
Okay.
And that gives me both night till SummerSlam. He gonna pick.
Yeah, I think Braun Breaker's winning
that time period.
Bro, I'll give you to WrestlePalooza.
I think Braun Breaker's winning the world title this year. I think that's a foregone conclusion. I actually think Braun Breaker's gonna win the title with the WWE logo, the big logo, the one that's bedazzled all the fucking jewels and shit, not the one that looks like a bootleg version of the big old belt. I think Braun Breaker's winning the WWE title, the one that Cody held. I just
bad day if that's the case.
Right, yeah. I mean, they could. I think the good thing about that they have a good problem, because if they want Braun Breaker, and this is kind of how they booked him in NXT, when he start eyeballing Tommaso Ciampa like one day out of the clear fucking blue, they were standing backstage and Tommaso had his NXT title. And Braun Breaker's congratulating him, just eyeballing the fucking belt like we're supposed to know who you are, But that happened, and the first few times he wrestled Tommaso Ciampa, he lost, and then on the important big show, he won. And I could see that happening with CM Punk too.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, real quick, I just want to throw something in. So, again, just going back real quick for that four-way for Saturday night's main event. First off, Gerard, you mentioned something about there already being 4 matches. Can you explain it to me? Because I only thought it was just the 2 matches, and then like the 2 Rumble matches, and then the winner of this facing the WWE champion. What's that 4th match?
Nope.
Never mind.
Excuse me. No, because I'm looking at the Rumble sheet that I'm looking at now, and my 3rd match is the Drew match. So, my brain was seeing 3 matches and adding the Drew match on as a 4th. So that was my B.
Gotcha. No worries. I just wanted to make sure. All right. So, I think, and you guys are kind of thinking about, I think one of you guys mentioned Sammy winning in Montreal. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to say Sammy loses in Montreal. I'm going to say Randy Orton wins, but becomes a sacrificial lamb to Drew at Royal Rumble, and I think Sammy's going to win the Rumble.
Woo!
So,
I
think you guys said you want to build Sammy up, like you said, brother Chris. You want Sammy. Don't keep those relations going.
I don't think I think it's I'm gonna predict Sammy too. I think with something as sensitive as this, you don't want to you can't bank on next year. You just can't bank on that. So if you're gonna do it this year, and call it a day.
So you saying we gonna get the WWE version of that great moment in Rocky IV when Rocky defeated communism and he's in the middle of the ring. You know, when I first got here, a lot of you people didn't like me. And to be honest, maybe I didn't like you either.
Yeah.
But if I could change,
you
can change,
yeah,
then everybody can change.
Yeah.
And this whole world could change.
Right. And shortly after,
they get me every time, bro.
Shortly after, Nikita Koloff becomes a face in the NWA.
Yes, he did.
Win the U.S. title. You right?
Yes.
That make me want to watch Rocky 4 right off.
Yeah, Rocky 4 is great. I don't care what nobody says. Shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting. If you go back in the Post Wrestling Cafe, they did a rewatch of all of the Rockies, including I think they did up to Creed 2. Or maybe they stopped at the first Creed, but it was a pretty good series, man. Rocky 4 underrated.
Yeah, I like Rocky 4. I like Rocky maybe wrote 1 and 2 the best. I like Rocky 3. Rocky 4, you know, because I'm a fan of Carl Weathers, and the fact that he died in such a punk ass way wasn't my favorite thing. But
my favorite trivia note about Rocky 4, though, Chris, is Carl Weathers was such a great actor. R.I.P. to Carl Weathers. That when he did his death scene, the actual medics on the set thought the brother was dying, and they stopped the shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, underrated actor.
And if he, then they said if he dies, the line from
yes,
Drake, if he dies, he dies. It's like, you know, in real life, you know, that might bring a brother up on charges, you know. if you just open up and admit that you were trying to kill him, you know,
it was premeditated, cuz.
Yeah, saying if he dies he dies, it makes it sound premeditated.
I ain't gonna lie, even though in the movie universe he killed Apollo, when him and his son like start training again at the end of Creed 2, I want to say.
Oh yeah, Creed 2. Yeah.
It got me a little choked up, dog.
Right, because that was actually kind of because he was a shell of himself. Because even Brigitte Nielsen left him in Creed. I do like what Coogler did with that.
Yeah,
that was good stuff.
Yeah. I like the more recent, like since Rocky Balboa. I like it because they not only do they kind of like tie in the box and stuff, but they introduce like actual like HBO boxing and the 24/7. Like,
they did it like real television. Too. I even like that about Rocky Balboa too, because Max
Kellerman talking about Mason the Lion Dixon.
Right, Rocky Balboa is good stuff, and I do
like Rocky Balboa. Man, they had to come back after that damn Rocky 5 because Rocky 5 was basura.
Yeah, Rocky 5.
Yeah, that was, and I think Tommy Morrison. Tommy Morrison. R.I.P. to him. Tommy Machine Gun. I think you could have did that story a little bit better.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of corniness about it.
Here's the thing about that, man. Like, and this will tie back into wrestling, Ray. The problem with Rocky 5 is, unlike any other Rocky movie, the climactic final fight did not happen in a ring. It was much like when WCW back in the day. This was before your time, Jay and Gerard and Ray. This was like, Kevin, you don't want this smoke. I'm gonna come back to you, Kevin. I'll come back to that for the record. But it was like when WCW put out the video game Backstage Assault, where it was no wrestling rings, it was all street fights and brawls, and it's like that's an interesting concept, but it fundamentally changes the whole story. But now, Ray, bring Kevin's comment back up here on the screen, because he might have to throw in the damn towel on this one. Rocky 4 was ass, in my opinion. Now, here's the thing, Kevin. Everybody's entitled to their opinions, Kevin. Thank you for watching tonight, brother. We appreciate you, Kevin.
I understand people not liking Rocky 4 the most, but to say it was ass, I think history's actually kind of good to Rocky 4 too.
And I hate to be director's cut guy, but there's a Stallone director's cut of Rocky 4 with a much more serious and grounded tone that actually works as well, if not better, than the actual movie that was released theatrically. But here's the thing, Kevin. We seen this man, Rocky Balboa, had to go back to his roots, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Running up the mountainside, man. Drago got all these technological advances. He got all the steroids to make him strong. This man Rocky, he out here lifting logs and chopping trees like he Captain America in Avengers Infinity War.
And I love
running through the snow, running up the mountain, Chris, the whole time.
Right. Yeah, and I love Tony Duke in that when he's training Rocky. No pain. No pain.
No pain. We building pain bombs, Rock.
I build them hurt bombs.
When my man gets to the top of the mountain, he gets to the top of the mountain and he's like, Drago. And Drago hears it. All of Russia, the Soviet Union, little kids at school, like, mother, what was that? I don't know. Drago's in trouble.
Right, yeah.
What he say again, Ray? What Kevin say in response?
I think he said the first one for me never going to be top, but I think
ain't nobody just disrespecting the first Rocky.
Yeah,
Kevin.
I think
Rocky 4 got that heat too, brother.
Yeah, I think Rocky 2 is.
You like 2 better than 1?
Almost a little bit. I go back and forth. If you ask me on a Wednesday, I'll probably like Rocky 1 better. If you ask me on a Thursday, I like Rocky 2 better. But I really do love Rocky 2. I think Rocky 1 and Rocky 2 can work as one big movie.
It's like Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah. I think it's because it's because even when he beats Apollo Creed, he doesn't beat Apollo Creed. He survives Apollo Creed and just happens to be lucky with the win. And then what I love about that is in the third one, he's taking all of these fans with a bunch of tomato cans and shit. And Mickey's like, yeah, I've been feeding you bums because you barely beat Creed and all that shit. And Carl Weathers is the one that has to get him back to the fucking eye of the tiger shit.
Like, real talk. If we talk about Rocky like he a real fighter, I'm gonna say it. This might be slanderous because he did beat Apollo Creed. But Rocky ain't reach his full potential till he got with Duke and them boys.
Right, exactly.
He gave him a little rhythm, cuz.
Yeah. And even with Creed training him too, he needed that as well, you know.
That's how versatile this man Rocky Balboa was, Ray. To beat Clubber Lang, he had to become a speedy fighter. Yeah. But then he had to get the power game going.
Yeah. And the thing I love about Clubber Lang is Clubber Lang knew that he was not getting the fight because he knew he would beat Rocky's ass, you know.
Right.
He was the best guy to fight Rocky, and Mickey just kept putting him in the ring with these bums and shit.
The tragedy, Chris, is Clubber grew up a Rocky fan, dog.
Yeah.
He grew up idolizing this man Rocky, and then Rocky, much like a crab in a barrel, did not want to lift Clubber up. He wanted to put him back down.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of and honestly, you can make an argument
that man said Rocky, don't give him a statue, give him some guts.
Yeah, exactly.
His wife get more fight from the plumber than she do in bed.
Yeah. You can make an argument that in Rocky 3, Clubber Lang is more of the good guy than so that's
right because Rocky living a good life. He got the biggest house on the big side of town. He got a damn robot for some reason.
Fighting tomato cans, just not fighting anybody serious.
Paulie is the worst person in the world. Maybe a little bit racist, maybe a lot of bit racist.
Right.
I don't like these guys, Rock. What are we doing in this gym, Rock? Hey, but Paulie, we just trying to fight, man. They gonna teach me how to fight, Paulie. I don't know, Rocky. They might steal your watch. Like, Paulie, if you don't shut the hell up.
They are with the way you talking up in here. Chill out.
For real. Act like you've been in the streets before, man. Chill out.
Like, didn't y'all grow up on the bad side of Philly? Like, don't you know how to keep your eyes looking forward and your mouth shut?
Right.
I don't know about these guys, Rock.
If you're from the hood, all you have to do is learn the rules of the hood you're visiting.
Yes.
Because the general
learn the protocol.
There's the general rules are pretty much the same, but there's also certain things that you might be able to get away with in your hood that you couldn't get away with in, you know, like in deep DC, you know, or like what was the dangerous part of DC? Was it the third pot, like the
Paulie was on some Archie Bunker shit? Yes, it was. I don't know about these guys, Rocky. You know, I like to drink as much as anybody, but why is there so much malt liquor in this gym? What are you talking about there, Paulie? There's no malt liquor in the gym.
Maybe Paulie's just, this is menace to society. Maybe this is one of those gang movies where he's just like, you know what, hey, these ain't our colors, this ain't our part. What we do here, Rocky, you know what? Get us up, and you can swing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like your boy.
What are we doing here?
Yeah. I mean, Paulie was tripping, man.
Southeast DC.
Yeah, he took a fight with a guy that was gonna likely beat his ass. You gotta train differently. You know?
Yes. And here's the thing. I think Adrian was great in the first two movies. Once we got to the third movie, Adrian's character arc started to decline. But I ain't like with Adrian. I understand that Adrian, but this man Rocky, he about to fight the toughest fight of his life since he beat Apollo Creed. And she like, you can't win, Rock. It's gonna destroy you, Rock. Hey, man, Adrian, I'm a world championship fighter. Well, what do you say? You can't win. That's not very helpful, Adrian. Sounded like Paulie.
Rocky is impeccable.
He should have known that she was gonna say some shit like that. This woman was a dormant woman. She was working at a fucking bird store with animals. She wasn't about that fight in life. Of course, she thought she was
from the streets, Adrian. Boy, what do you want from me? This is all I know. This is all I know.
Yeah,
don't mess with Rocky Peace. That man, no war. He want to come home to some chirping birds and some peace. That man.
Shout out to I know Sylvester Stallone didn't leave the series in the best way. Him and the Rocky people had some beef. That's why he wasn't in none of the other creeds. But like he did his thing with them Rocky movies, man.
Right? Yeah. Even I can say this even with his MAGA status these days. I can still give.
What do you want me to say? I fought for America.
I can still give Sly Stallone his credit for the Rocky stuff. I thought those movies hit a lot of good cultural beats over the course of like 2 decades. You know.
I mean, what do you want me to say? Michael B. Jordan's a DEI hire. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah. He didn't thank him at the Golden Globes though.
He definitely did. Like, dog, come on, Rocky, come on, Sly.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fine. You don't want me a Rocky? I'll just make Judge Dredd too. How about that?
Yeah.
You get to watch my show, Tulsa King.
It's not bad, I'll say.
Yeah, it's a decent show.
I never watched it, so
it's not bad.
See, what's Leslie doing right now? We'll do another Demolition Man.
Yeah, let's get. Hey, to catch a maniac, you got to bring in maniac. That's what I am, a maniac.
Well, Demolition, like in the original Demolition Man, 1996, they had cryogenic freezers. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the 1996 I remember. Yeah.
But why? My question was, why you gotta freeze these people butt naked though?
You freeze them butt naked.
Like cryogenics should work with clothes or without. So why is this man butt naked?
Right.
Whatever happened, the future.
And depending on your relationship with your family, how much of a punishment that is that? Like for me, it would suck because I wouldn't want to be frozen away from my wife.
I think in the movie he said he could, like, even though he was frozen, he could still see and hear. That to me is the part that's like,
okay, I forgot about that. I do think they said that, so that's right.
I heard everything. I could see it, but
and while he was in the frozen city, they're teaching you new skills in there. That's why he was like sewing and shit or something. Or was he cooking?
I ain't seen that forever. I forgot that part actually was the thing.
Demolition Man. Demolition Man, like outside of the one racist joke that Wesley made, that I can't help it. Like I smile at it, but I don't laugh at it because it's not funny. But it is like, come on, Wesley, why did you do that? Outside of that, I think it still holds up.
Yeah. Maybe
It's number 2 to Total Recall. I'm sorry,
Because-
Total Recall.
because I was gonna-
that's one of my childhood classics.
Yeah,
Total Recall.
like if you're
Consider this
judging-
a divorce.
if you're judging cyberpunk movies, I do think Demolition, I think in its time it was good, but so much of that shit that they predicted in that movie didn't happen, you know? I'm supposed to be living in San Angeles right now.
Right. Eating Taco Bell for dinner.
Yeah. Eating like in a horrible version of Taco Bell too, not even like real food. And
What y'all did with the gordita? It's not on the menu.
Yeah, and me and you and your wife and girlfriend are supposed to be having virtual reality sex. You know?
Clip all of this, Ray. All of this Rocky, all of this Total Recall, all of this 80s action stuff that has nothing to do with wrestling, cuz.
Yep.
I'm
I don't even know how we got here.
I don't either. That shit.
What do you want me to do, Paulie? We here. We got to live in the moment. That is perfect. Damn you, Riyadh season. That is the perfect jingle to make everything okay.
Right.
Like if he dies. Oh, Drago, you rascal. Anyway,
yeah, we're all right. So real quick, I think most of
Kevin's
us
fault.
Yeah, most of us have given our prediction for the men's winner. Anybody who did not give their prediction as to who's going to win the men's Royal Rumble, we kind of glossed over it as we were going through the winner
The
of
Rocky
the
Filmology
WWE title and the Rocky Filmology. But
I'm going to say, because I didn't have a definitive answer for my men's Rumble winner, but I think after listening to y'all talk about it, I think Sammy, if we're not going to have Sammy win or lose a title match in Saudi, then I think this is the next best thing, is Sammy winning the Rumble to close the show.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of agree too.
Yep. And I think, Gerard, you mentioned your boy Braun. Jay, did you had a pick?
Yeah, I went with I think I said Sami Zayn. If not, I'm saying Sami Zayn now.
Gotcha. All right, so almost unanimous, and of course the outlier, the outlaw, got to go with his pick. Braun Breaker. All right, so let's go ahead with the women's Royal Rumble.
This should go quicker.
Yeah, I think so, and I think this might be unanimous too, depending, because
I say Bianca Belair.
Yep.
I think Bianca too.
Yep. Jay,
is there okay? Let's play contrarian, Gerard. If it is not Bianca, then who?
Liv.
Liv.
I thought Liv originally. I thought it was between Bianca and Liv for a while before Liv returned, because to me, who's going to get the Triple H 02 return for the Rumble? And to me, it's Bianca. Like I've said before, it's, hey, I lost at WrestleMania last year for the first time ever. Defeat so bad, I ain't been back since. I'm coming back to get it in blood in the same literal venue and place that I lost last year. Since we running WrestleMania back at the same place, I'm getting it back in blood. And I'm going to get this Rumble win to seal that deal, to make sure that when I go there, I'm going to win that match to get whatever world title I get, whether it's the WWE or not. So, which, it's going to be her against Jade, most likely. So it's her to get it back. Liv, I think she's really been brewing and growing as a baby face. And so, I think there's an opportunity for her to do that. But I think it serves her way better now at this point to go win the Chamber and to go towards Mania winning the Chamber than it is trying to win the Rumble. So it's Bianca.
All right. My first choice is Bianca as well. If not Bianca, I think I might go with Magamami, Raquel Rodriguez.
Oh,
I think that's. I mean, you're trying to boost her up, and you've been having her attack Stephanie Vecker. I think if you want to have her be a definitive monster, you got to pull the trigger on her like sooner or later, and I think I recommend sooner because like especially after all the stuff that she's been going through and like her skin condition and stuff, is like now is the time. Like you got to start putting some heat on her. So yeah, if not Bianca, then Raquel Rodriguez.
I think my only rebuttal on that, Ray, is I think that works, if not for the Saudi of it all. I don't know if she's on that level yet.
That's my whole thing with this booking for this particular Royal Rumble is I don't know who's got the star power to survive winning this shit, you know.
But then the thing is, though, is that if you're going by that logic, we already know how the Saudis were treating sisters when Bianca and Jade, I think somebody mentioned it when they were like tagging, or when Jade came over and she was in the Queen of the Ring and doing all that stuff. So we already know how.
Did she get booed or what happened? I don't even know.
I think they were kind of like booing her, and then I think she had a good retort. I think somebody shouted at her, and she was like, "Boo your mama."
Okay.
And so, but yeah, I think like you said, I think Bianca's on that superstar level to where they're gonna know better. Hopefully, they should know better.
And she's been gone for a long time. So hopefully they won't act like Paulie at the gym.
Yeah, T. Anthony said they were cussing at her, so she was going right back at him too. Jay was, so shout out to Jay. All right, Gerard, I think you're the last person. You wanted to go ahead and give your prediction for the women's Rumble.
Bianca,
gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. I think Gerard. Yeah, you gave yours.
They don't all look alike, Ray.
Stop it. No, well, we
on Martin Luther King weekend, dog.
No, we saw J. Rard come in here last month when he came in.
I'll be right back, you guys. I have to go to the bathroom real quick.
Nature calls. What do you want me to do?
I gotta go when I gotta go.
That's brisk, baby. You can only get this on the NWA Podcast every month at Post Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen.
Every month. Brother Jay.
I'm going to go with Bianca as well.
Okay.
I don't see another winner outside of, I mean, Liv Morgan does make sense. But honestly, if I'm being honest with y'all, we all friends here, wouldn't mind seeing Roxanne Perez go through that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Again,
you made it in last year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She had a good showing. I mean,
she did. Yeah.
I think that, you know, she's getting her profile up anyway. I mean, the other oh my gosh, having a brain fart. What's her tag partner name? We just mentioned it. I can't.
Raquel.
Mommy.
Yeah. Her. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad selection as well too. But again, I think that Roxanne's star power outshines her. So if it's not Liv, then it's probably gonna be Roxanne. If it's not gonna be Bianca. So, but I put all my money on Bianca coming back and winning.
Yeah,
but
don't bet on wrestling.
Here. Sprinkling that cinnamon up in his milk. I see that horchata coming out. I see you, Ray.
What y'all say? Horchata? Yeah, got me a little horchata going on.
Delicious.
All right.
Ray gonna show up next month wearing a red hat and a quarter zip.
Talking about triple R.
My name is Ray Williams. Thank you. Two-way Raymond.
All right. So real quick before we get off of WWE completely, like I said, and by the way, if I didn't mention this before, everybody, again, the full card has not been announced for Royal Rumble. All we know are about the two Rumble matches and the Fatal 4-Way from
which is
Saturday
crazy because
night
it's right around the
event.
corner, literally.
Yes. Which will lead into the WWE title match. So, like you mentioned, Gerard, they like to do 4 matches, so maybe they might have Punk on there. And I'm pretty much thinking he's going to retain for the Rumble. There is one other match announced for Saturday night's main event, which is next week, and that is Jacob Fatu versus Cody Rhodes. Anybody think Cody Rhodes going down? I don't think so.
I think this is the schmaz match of the night, so to speak.
Cody gonna be 2 for 2 at Saturday Night Main Event throwouts.
Yeah.
His last one with Oba was thrown out, and I think this one gets thrown out too.
Yep.
Oh, it gets thrown out. Okay, gotcha. Jay.
Yeah, I don't see a clean finish in this one as well. So I think that might be Cody's new gimmick. Yeah, Saturday Night Main Event. He's gonna be 0-0 and however many.
Right.
No, but is there a bigger story brewing here for the sheer fact that Cody can't just get it done on his own in the ring without having a match thrown out or whatnot? Because some of these match throwouts, he could have prevented. He could have did something else to like get around it, but like I don't know. It feels like Cody is weirdly tipping into this, slowly turning into corporate heel Cody. Him and Aldis. Like, hey, you're my friend. Hey, yeah, but you work for me, buddy.
right.
Like, you remember that, buddy. Yeah, I'm your friend, but get your finger off my chest, pal. Like, it literally seems like that's the direction we're going with him and all this. Of like Cody eventually being Big Bucks Cody and being like, yo, this is not what I want. Aldis, protect me. Because we've seen Aldis trying to protect Cody at the end of last year consistently. Like, hey, if you would have just stayed out of this, Cody, I could have did this. Or if you would have just did this, I could have did this. Maybe that becomes their relationship moving forward until eventually Aldis is just pushed finally off that wheel and off that line, and he finally comes back to wrestle. I think we get he wrestles eventually, and I think Cody is going to be his catalyst to that wrestling. Just like Braun's probably going to be the catalyst to Adam wrestling over there on Raw. But it's when do you get there and how do you get there? And I think they have a little corporate relationship. And I think we're starting to see sometimes the makings of that with Cody, that corporate Cody character being put into place. So, like, what do y'all think? Like, is it just poor booking or is it something else behind it?
I think that Cody has been like the straight-laced baby face for his entire run with the WWE. And when he was doing that AEW, fans turned on it pretty quickly. So I think for him to freshen up the character just a little bit, he does have to, I think have a little bit more of an edge to him. And with him being a jerk and still quasi baby face, that does something, put like a little wrinkle in him. But I think he's planting seeds that at some point he will turn into go into the dark side, So and I wouldn't mind seeing that version of him because I think that plays to his strengths of being a jerk. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think as long as they got somebody, because always the question is when you turn the top face into a heel, is who's gonna replace him in the face role. That was the issue with Austin's heel turn. They turned him heel with The Rock leaving as well, So there was no replacement for him. And I think with Cody, you just have to, someone's got to be a suitable replacement. That's all that is.
I think now, I think that I'm not disagreeing with you, Chris. What I'm thinking now is like with storytelling, with the audience being more educated, that this is like a choreographed show of sorts. I think if you have a character, whether it's heel or babyface, if you have a character that is endearing to the audience, then I think they can carry that promotion to whatever heights that you're talking about. So whether it's a star babyface or a star heel, you always want to see that person because either they're going to put butts in seats or it's going to have compelling television because of the story that's being told. Mm-hmm. So whether that's Cody and Cody being the catalyst, whether heel or babyface, he's going to be that guy. I mean, we had it with Roman Reigns for 4 years and he's the heel. There was really no baby faces for him because he was that compelling of a character.
Roman Reigns was the heel by name only. They were baby faces playing heel. They like every fucking week was like a different kind of like. When Sami Zayn, he wasn't being oozy enough and shit like that. Like that was they were heels, yes, but it wasn't like they weren't going by the traditional rules of that shit.
Nah, compelling characters.
Yeah. So
I think we get it eventually, but Cody is good enough and smart enough that I think he sees the wins and he knows when they're starting to change. And much like Mike Tomlin knows when to get out ahead of something.
Too soon, bro.
Because Steelers, I'm sorry to tell you, Jay, the ship be sinking with them Steelers. They're gonna be bad for a couple years before they're good again. But I think with Cody is smart enough to supersede whatever creative has for him. Because as we've seen, creative sometimes doesn't know how to turn a popular babyface into a heel that has some gravitas. See John Cena. But I think Cody's smart enough to avoid those pitfalls.
Yeah, and Cody he's such a genius when it comes to wrestling. I think he's probably the smartest like man in wrestling because he always knows when it's time to leave a company, you know? Like I don't think anybody else in wrestling kind of has that talent, you know? Like when he left WWE the first time and went to TNA, and he stayed in TNA long enough to kind of reinvent himself, and when it's time to leave that and go to ROH and New Japan and all that shit, he's a smart guy when it comes to that kind of thing.
You can say the same for Drew too.
Nah, I ain't saying the same for Drew.
I was waiting for Chris to say that.
I'll listen to you say the same for Drew.
I mean, he did reinvent himself a little bit.
Yeah, he did it once. Cody Rhodes has done it like a bunch of times, you know.
That is true.
Yeah. You forget this brother was Stardust on these streets, Ray.
Right.
I mean,
Stardust.
Let's not forget 3MB Drew with the eyeliner. Come on, he had some bad stuff too. So, all right. Well, I guess we got a few more stories left, guys.
Speaking of bad stuff.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's go ahead and let's get into some simmering beef that has been on the barbecue, if you will, for quite a while. We've talked about it on this show before. We prior episodes before, where Devon Dudley first
JR's barbecue. Yeah.
Yes. Indeed, sir. You're picking up what I put down. Devon Dudley has intimated without actually naming names, but has intimated having a couple of instances of racial attacks or racial verbal attacks from one person who was high up in WWE at the time. And then it was revealed, or at least by either it was really revealed by both Maven and Devon to be JR. And so JR has responded directly, literally saying, quote, "I never said that," As far as the incidents are, yes, the incidents involving Devon Dudley, 2 separate incidents while they were both in the company during the 90s and 2000s. And so Devon has rebutted and he has doubled down and he has given JR grace and saying that one of the incidents have happened when JR was clearly completely drunk. So he's giving them a little bit of grace, and though he may not remember that particular instance, but the other instance he did not say the same. So now they're kind of trying to come into some sort of agreement where Maven has reached out to the co-host for JR's podcast, I believe is that
Conrad
Thompson. Yeah, Conrad Thompson. And they wanted to reach out to kind of have a get together to kind of iron things out. According to Conrad Thompson, Maven said, "Hey, maybe we can get on there and do something together." JR clearly doesn't want to do anything on air, but doesn't mind having a sit down with one another one-on-one privately to air out grievances. So what do you guys make of the information now, the update with all the updates given now with this he said between?
Can I take this one first?
Of course. Okay,
so here's the thing with it. I want to. I've never met Devon Dudley. I've met JR a few times. The first time I met him was in San Francisco at Wale Mania. He was cool, very cool guy. In JR's his side of the story is that he never said that, and when Devon came back and doubled down on JR saying that, JR came back and double and triple down that he never said that shit. So it's one of I'll say this about Devon. This is where a lot of wrestlers lose credibility with me. And this is where Devon loses credibility with me. And that's anytime, like, I always hate when these motherfuckers say it wasn't Vince, or Vince wasn't racist, or Vince was this and Vince was that. Like, if Vince had a problem with this kind of shit, Vince would handle it, you know? You could easily just go to Vince and be like, yo, this dude said some racist shit. Vince would deal with it in a second and then be done with it, right? Now, as for JR, even though I never got racist vibes from Jim Ross when I met him. He was always cool, always cordial. He didn't treat me different than the white fans that were around him. And that's not true for every wrestling personality too. I've been like where I was like, why are you so nice to the white guy and not nice to me? Jim Ross was equally nice to me, so I'll give him that as well. But yeah, I could see a situation where he's drunk and maybe said the wrong thing. Maybe it wasn't as racist as Devon might think it was, but I also do believe Devon in the sense that I think Jim Ross probably said something. Maybe he didn't realize he said it, but he probably said it. And I'll say this about Jim Ross too. Of the people in that company who's had his role, I do think he's probably the one head of talent relations that's hired the most black people, and the most black people that went on to do good things, you know, not just like token black people. Like if you're talking about like Bobby Lashley and what's his name, Shelton Benjamin and Booker T and who else?
MVP.
MVP was MVP hired by him or Laurinaitis? I'm not sure if MVP was in, because I think Bobby Lashley was one of his last hires. So if MVP is one of them, then MVP. But he's hired quality black guys while he was there, and I don't think I could say the same for like JJ Dillon, because JJ Dillon isn't the one that hired Ahmed Johnson. I think that was Bill Watts that hired Ahmed Johnson. So Jim Ross, and also one thing I can say about Jim Ross is there weren't a million guys that came out after Devon's story told that story. It wasn't like a million black, because you know how these things go, like with Tessa Blanchard. Like when the first girl told the story, a million other girls told the same story. JR doesn't have that going for him. So I don't think JR is a card carrying member of the racist club. Vince McMahon in that company, I've seen that dude say the N-word on TV.
Exactly.
Just like, so I do think if you're going to be calling this kind of shit out, you do need to call it out at the top. And they did, and to Devon and Maven's credit, they did do an episode where they addressed it, but they kind of like, it was brushed off, you know? But I will I will say I am glad this kind of conversation is going on. I really am. I think this is kind of something that wrestling needs, is when things like this happen or things like this are perceived, wrestlers need to come out and talk about it. Not only like regret with Devon is that he didn't come out and say it while he's with the company. Because what wrestlers tend to do is they don't express their grievances until way after they leave the company. Right. There's reasons for that. They don't do that because they don't have a union and things of that nature.
Absolutely.
Which would make things easier. I'm dealing with something at one of my jobs right now. I just hand that off to my union rep and call it a fucking day. So I wish wrestlers would get smarter about that. But I think that they do need to have this talk. And I don't think it needs to be on camera. I think it being on camera almost makes it look like a publicity stunt. It would get a lot of YouTube views. I got no doubt about that. But I think that, just wrestlers, I wish, call this shit out more when you see it. In a way that's going to protect your peace and your job as well. You got to find a way to do that.
Yeah. First of all, shout out to Maven, man. Ray, he's on the guest list for this year, man. I need you to make that happen, Ray, because the brother's been putting in work on these internet streets, man.
And Conrad, you can break us off, Conrad. I know you know who you are.
Well, look, is that
all right? That ain't Maven, but T. Anthony says the racist club sounds like a babyface faction on the NWA.
Oh yeah, it is probably.
It's EC3 and that club. Allegedly, they control their own narrative. I can't control it for them. But here's the thing with this situation. I think there's a lot of different angles on this. When you talk about Devon's experience, right, I think it would have been beneficial had he been able to say it in the moment, but we know why he didn't say it in the moment, because it's a situation a lot of us in our own workplaces have had to swallow our pride or bite our tongue, because discretion is the better part of valor when dealing with some of these either overt racisms or microaggressions in the workplace. And so when you talk about good old JR, like, first of all, brother was the voice of my childhood when it comes to wrestling. So, you can't take that from him. One of the greatest broadcasters in the history of the wrestling business. Do I think Jim Ross is a racist? I personally don't, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
a lot of people that we thought wasn't racist, and lo and behold, they turned out to be racist. Brother. But I think with Jim Ross, I don't know if it's an outright racism thing, or as we've seen at times in AEW, he's a man of a certain time.
Yeah, he's old and crotchety.
He's old and crotchety, and he stepped in it a little bit in AEW where I forget, I think it was one of Rio's matches, and he called her Oriental instead of her ethnicity, and he apologized for that. So he's a man of a certain time who's old and crotchety, as Chris said. But I also think there is something to Jim Ross didn't have to be like one of the bad guys from Remember the Titans or Hidden Figures that were overtly like over the top racist.
Right.
But there are some things that Devon could have thought from his perspective that Jim Ross said, whether drunk or not. It's like that didn't hit me the right way. And we've all, as black men in the workplace, had things said to us that may not have been calling us the N-word with the hard R, but it just hit us in a certain way where it's like your spirit and your soul and the ancestors are like something like Keith Sweat said, Chris, something just ain't right. What this person is saying. And so I think that this story actually had more legs than I thought, because we talked about this a couple months ago, not only here at the NWA Podcast, but also over at Nefarious. And I'm thinking, this will be a dead story in a few weeks. And here we are a couple months later still talking about it. So I think, would I like to see like some reconciliation or some accountability between these two men? Yes. Do I think going on the Jim Ross podcast is the way to do it? No, in part because I have my own misgivings with whether somebody like Conrad or the crew he's got over there would be able to handle the nuance of a conversation like this, because it does have to be nuanced.
Yeah,
when you're talking
come over
about
here, JR.
Right, JR. if y'all want to do this, bring it here. Actually, Maven would be like, hold on, it's gonna happen on my show first, if anywhere, not on the Conrad show. But I feel like
maybe you're too close to the situation.
Yeah,
you need some outside arbitrators to do it.
This is kind of like one of those situations, Chris, where it is a he said, but it's also like, how do you disprove a negative? Right?
Yeah, it's really one of those situations.
Like if Jim Ross said something intentional or not that made Devon feel like it was a racial attack or something of that nature, then there's not much Jim Ross or you or me or anybody can do to convince Devon that in that moment that wasn't something racial. And so then the question becomes, if we can't fix that, if we can't change that moment, what do you do from it? And the conversation that spins out of that. And so like my thing is, I would hope that upon reflection, if JR did say something to this effect, then it's like, oh yeah, I need to do better. I could have done better. I should have done better back then, but now I'm cognizant of it. And for Devon on his part, like you said, Chris, we wish he would have been able to speak up in the moment. We know why he didn't. But I think for Devon, then the question becomes, is there a way you can use this moment and this experience that wasn't a great experience, in his words, with Jim Ross? Is there a way we can use that bad experience to bring some good into this industry? I think that's the next step. That's how you carry the conversation forward, and it becomes bigger than just these two men having beef.
I have a question for you, Nate. And this is kind of where Devon loses me a little bit.
Okay.
It said the only time he ever experienced racism in WWE was when JR did that thing. I don't necessarily believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying, because I think you can be in those situations when you go through that shit and you don't even know, because MVP's got a laundry list of this.
Yes.
So I just, it's just weird that the only person you got that from is JR.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe, just in my outsider's opinion of the history of that company, and also just as a black man who has lived and existed and worked in this country for many years. Like, that's not to say that I'm saying Devon's lying about his experience. It just doesn't seem possible to me that you could have been in that company for as long as you were, and not just people in the front office, Chris, but like not some random racist caterer in Omaha.
The one time I got to talk to Bret Hart, and hopefully I get to, I will listen to a 6-hour interview with that dude, just him just shitting on people. But the one time I got to talk to Bret Hart said that kind of shit was rampant in WWF back when he was there. He said it was mostly from the Southern guys, which I totally believe. But he's a white Canadian guy, and he open that shit was going on, you know. So I mean, like they tried to book him in they tried to book him in some racist shit in WWE with the Nation and Domination, you know.
Yeah.
Like, so I mean, like,
and granted, Devon's time was after Brett's time, but it's still America.
Yeah,
and so it's like, come on, brother.
And the on-air stuff they did during Devon's time too is kind of like
the do-rag Vince exists.
Yeah. Who's green lighting this shit to go on television? Jim Ross, you know, like.
I don't think Jim Ross knew what a do-rag was at the time. Vince, I seen Deion Sanders have one of these things on his head. You should wear it on the show one week, by God. Look like prime time.
Yeah. He's the one that gave JR the cowboy hat.
Like, Vince?
Vince is the one that gave him the cowboy hat. Because Jim Ross didn't want to put it on.
So Jim Ross returned the favor with the do-rag?
I think when Jim Ross said once he put the cowboy hat on, it made him identifiable. You start liking the cowboy hats. I do like the cowboy hats on JR. He wears some expensive ones too. He wears like the Stetsons and the good. I'm not a hat person anymore. I used to be one, but he's got some fire hats. I'll give JR that.
Yeah, and part of what makes this a difficult discussion is because I think I respect both men.
Yeah, I do.
And so it's kind of like, well, damn. Like it's hard to see this discussion, but it is a necessary discussion to have, in my opinion.
Definitely a necessary discussion.
Gerard and Jay, what are your thoughts on this beef, this confrontation of sorts between these two men?
Jay, go ahead.
I was gonna let you go ahead and go first, man. But I'll say this, man. I think that having this all play out in public and saying, hey, we can come to a meeting of the minds and squash this beef, on air. That's a bad look. That's a private conversation that should be remaining in private. And again, to what a lot's been said already, that I wish that was handled back when it occurred. We know why he didn't do it. I understand why he didn't do it. But if you're removed from the bubble, start naming names, bro. Put some names on it. At least in my case, I'm that petty where it's like, you burn me, I'm gonna burn this thing down. So
I'm with you on that.
And maybe it's right, wrong, or indifferent or whatever. I would have put some names on it, or not even brought the whole thing up to begin with. That's something that if that should have been a private conversation. So seeing it play out in public, I don't like it. But at the same time, this is a teachable moment. So let's all learn from it, know how to handle ourselves better, and then call out when there's some tuckery that goes on. Call it out. I mean, I think we live in a society now that's like that's starting to get a little bit bold and brazen and getting a little too comfortable using such language. So, okay, if you're bold enough to use it, I'm bold enough to call you out on it now. So that's how I feel about it. But I mean, to each his own. Respect to Devon, respect to if it didn't happen with JR, then again, it's like I am kind of conflicted because that again, that's the voice of my childhood too. But if he didn't realize that he was making such making these statements and going about it in a way that could be interpreted as racial or offensive or whatever, then he needs to know where he know where he stands and just correct the issue.
Right.
For myself, I'm gonna have to say I echo a lot of what everybody else has said here. I just hope it stays private. It blowing up to this degree kind of seems spectacle and like it's for numbers and whatnot. So like please just take it behind the scenes. Let folks talk, and like if there is a good enough resolution that needs to be shared publicly, and y'all feel like y'all want to do so, but like go handle y'all business. Like if you were offended, bring it up to the man and just talk it out. But I don't know. Yeah, JR is the voice of my childhood. Like, yeah, I get that too, but I also I don't know.
I feel you.
I just like when there's this kind of messiness there.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why I claim or I want the conversation to be behind the scenes because that can be messy.
Yeah,
those type of conversations can be messy because I do that with my students currently because I also oversee conduct, and so that can also be a very messy process of working through harm and impact and what has happened between people. But once you get through that process, have a resolution that can then be shared out of like, this is what we're doing moving forward. This is what is the result of this conversation, and let the public know, hey, since this started in the public eye and you are all public figures that continuously are going to be in the public eye, let us know. So like people aren't just, don't let me sit here like Chris Jericho, like, yo, there's just stain on this cloud over you and I don't really understand the result of yes or no.
Right.
And there's not a lot of clarity to any of that. We're just supposed to move on because Pepperidge Farms remembers and I remember too. So like I just can't forget.
That's true.
So please take it behind the scenes, but I hope y'all can work it out and I hope for the better.
Right.
Because we got too much nonsense going on in the world nowadays.
And someone reminded me, Jim Ross hired The Rock as well.
What about you, Ray?
Well, three things that kind of stand out in my head about this situation. Number one, Chris, you mentioned a good point. If Vince McMahon didn't do anything, and if Vince McMahon has never been racist to you, why didn't you go to him and tell him? You could have went to him and let him know. And then if you trusted him so much to take care of it and handle it, then you should have went to him. So that's kind of like nagging in my head. Is like, if you felt so comfortable around Vince, then why didn't you let Vince know what was going on with Jim Ross? Secondly, and All in the Game 01 mentioned it as well. Why aren't these witnesses that he's naming, like Paul Heyman, Spike Dudley, Bubba, especially Bubba was on the episode with Maven and Devon. It's like, and then when Maven did that little inference with the Go Sooners, Bubba all he did was with his shocked big old eyes popping out of his head, but he didn't say anything. So it's like, if you were there, Bubba, you could have said something. And he's the main one egging on Devon, talking about names, but yet you were there, so co-sign if he's telling the truth about these things. And for the other people that are involved as well, like Paul Heyman, who in the second story confronted Jim Ross about it. Like, Paul Heyman, if you're hearing this stuff, why don't you put out a tweet and saying, I support Devon? You don't have to say anything else. You could just say, Devon's telling the truth, or I support Devon, and leave it at that. So, and the third thing that I wanted to mention, and shout out to Chrissy Talks Wrestling. She mentioned this. She just discusses the industry as well. I get the whole, we want to come to a resolution, but if we're on completely opposite ends of the spectrum as to what the truth is, then what is there to discuss?
I know, right?
Like, I can't prove to you that if you can't come to terms and say that you said this stuff, then there's nothing I can say to prove it to you. So it's like, what are we actually coming together to discuss?
Yeah, especially since there's not a million people coming out saying Jim Ross said this kind of shit to them. Like, because usually when someone is like this, there's usually like a trail of people saying, yeah, they did that too. I wouldn't do that. Yeah.
Like you said with Tessa.
Yeah, with Tessa, with Harvey Weinstein, with anybody that's been involved with Diddy, anybody that's been involved in this level of fuckery, it's more than one voice that does it.
Yeah.
I think the biggest problem with all of this, in my opinion, is just for me, it's just the way. And it's not just Devon. It's a lot of the black wrestlers. They do this shit with Vince McMahon. It's always, Vince McMahon, he was cool, but this person was the problem. Come on, man. Like, that's got to get old after. Because Vince McMahon is the one that hires these people. And to put it in perspective, if I was working for a wrestling company, and say some white boy called me the N-word, and Vince McMahon was my boss, and Tony Khan was my boss, who would I feel more comfortable telling that this white guy called me the N-word?
Right.
It's not Vince McMahon.
As long as it's not New Year's Eve, I feel more comfortable talking to Tony Khan about stuff like this.
Right. Yeah,
Never forget.
Yeah.
Never forget.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think this is a wrestling thing too. I think when it comes to racism in the business, we have to get the people at the top. Jim Ross was in a powerful position in WWE, but he's not at the top. There's a guy that was in the WWE that was at the top that oversaw a lot of like these hirings and shit. That hired racist people. Like what happened to Michael Hayes?
Yep.
After he did his shit to Mark Henry, he kept his. He still works there.
Yep. Still.
Like these. If Vince McMahon sees value in you, even if you're a racist piece of shit, you're gonna stay on his good. You're gonna stay in his good grace. So if you had the problem with Jim Ross, in my opinion, the first person you should have been able to go to is Vince McMahon. The fact that you did not go to Vince McMahon is a little problematic for me, because it just said something bigger and nastier and more sinister about the wrestling industry, especially WWE at that time.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess that puts a bow on this Jim Ross story, and then
for now,
yeah, exactly. If any more developments.
Dying.
That damn jingle makes everything better.
Bill Salmon.
Like I was gonna overlook the atrocities, but that damn jingle. That damn jingle.
You got me again, Muhammad.
Got me again.
All right. So
whoever did that, man, they doing a lot of heavy lifting for Riyadh season, cuz.
Right. All right. Well, let's move on. We got a couple more stories left, brothers. So we're gonna move on. Well, we were talking about earlier. We were talking about prospects, and we were talking about folks who trying to make a name for themselves. And we're going to shift over to one person that was a prospect. Some say second generation superstar who possibly could have made a legacy for himself.
Oh, Jesus.
But now he's putting himself into hot water. He's now trying to live a gimmick that his father once lived, albeit by nefarious means. Not affiliated with us at all. All right, and that is one Ted DiBiase Jr. Getting caught up with some embezzlement charges.
Again.
Yes, he initially got caught up with similar charges that Brett Favre got caught up with the state of Mississippi and taking money and funds from the state government for their own personal gain.
Welfare programs, TANF, and shit.
Welfare
Things that were supposed to go to poor people. So we do have to say that.
So again, Brother Chris, I'm sure you want to lead off on this again. So,
my wife has my tablet. That's when I was doing all that typing. We were ordering food. So,
gotcha.
Here's the thing with this. His dad was involved with this stuff too, and his brother Brett DiBiase was involved in this shit too. Now they're not involved in this particular thing that Ted DiBiase Jr. is involved in, but Brett DiBiase did plead guilty to lesser charges. I think there was one state charge with Brett DiBiase and one federal charge. I think he took a plea for both of them to avoid jail time. With Ted DiBiase Jr., they're saying he stole over $720,000 or some shit. It wasn't chump change. It was money that I would gladly accept right now. Put in a fucking mutual fund or something and chill out with. But the thing that makes this so sick. So he hasn't been found guilty of anything yet, but if he's guilty of this and is the heart of David, father, the leader of the Hallelujah Tour for wrestlers, if this should happen, man, this is very bad, and he does need to be sent up the river for this, man, because these are people that are almost poorer than poor. These are people that desperately need this money, desperately need these funds, and you're taking them and spending them on bullshit, on luxury shit.
Right. In the poorest state in the union too.
Right. That's the thing.
Yeah,
that part. The poorest state, the poorest people in the poorest state, cuz.
Yeah. With a group of people are people that face probably the most racism in the country, and you're literally taking food off their table, you're taking money and doing this nefarious shit with it. I just want to. I do think he might be guilty. I want to hear his side of the story. I think his dad was guilty as well when Brett Favre, everybody that was involved in this shit, need to face state charges. I think you're going to get better luck with them getting state charges because we all know Donald Trump. He's up for sale. Like these crybabies that were crying on January the 6th. Trump pardoned them, and now one of those dumbasses is running for office, and because he feels emboldened and shit. So hopefully, Brett DiBiase, he's got these state charges, and I do think the state of Mississippi will not be as kind to him as the federal government would be. So we just have to stay tuned, and we've been following this shit since was it 2023, 24, Nate? It's been a while. Yeah. And the more I hear about this, the more just disgusted I get, the more it turns my stomach,
Yes, and I immediately have to go back on something.
All right. Real quick, T. Anthony, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. Everybody's got a price. Jail. the price might be jail.
Yes, I agree, T. Anthony. And to go back immediately on something I said not even 5 minutes ago, there are some things that even the jingle can't fix, because this is not fixable with the damn jingle, because there are certain things, man, that there's so many levels to this, and every level, Jay Lacey, is basura when you pick apart the details of these charges. And I think the thing that pisses me off the most is not just that they are targeting the poorest people in the poorest state in the union, allegedly. Not just that a lot of these people that they're targeting happen to be people within our community. It's that Ted DiBiase, as Chris alluded to, has built a lot of his post-wrestling fame on being a man of God. And one of the tenets, if you are a Christian and you claim to read your Bible, one of the tenets is Jesus saying, what you do unto the least of me, the least of your brothers, the least of your sisters, you do unto me. Preach. And so there are so many levels of fraudulent behavior. And I know Chris and Ray use the word nefarious with this. I ain't even gonna put nefarious in this context, because as we all know, there are other meanings of the word nefarious, which have a more positive effect on the community. But yeah, this is sick. Like when Brett Favre did it, I said it was sick, man. When the first news about this came out a few years ago, when we talked about it, it's like these are people who I don't know how they sleep at night, because you go into bed in your big house, you go into bed in the house with the yacht parked in the backyard, and some kid is going to bed without a meal. Some family is going to bed eating the barest minimum because there's no money to pay for these programs that help nourish these communities. And so, yeah, this is despicable, man. Like all of them. Brett, I don't even know what this man Brett DiBiase looked like, but all of them need to be under the jail for this, man. Like Ted Jr. and Brett and whoever was involved in this need to be held accountable for what they've done, because this is the cruelest kind of fraud, Chris. It's like you immediately taking food out of the mouths of kids, man. Like, and yes, there are other people who are affected by this, but even if you don't give a damn about the adults that you hurt through this, man, if you don't have any empathy or sympathy for these kids, then you're lower than low, and you do not deserve the freedom to be able to walk around freely and sleep in your big house and sail on your big yacht and eat all the finest foods at your big table. You deserve to be in the big house, and not the big house you reside in, Ted DiBiase Jr., but that big house called the Gray Bar Motel, because what you and your family have done allegedly, and we'll say allegedly, Chris, I believe in innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I
in
do
this
too.
case,
Yeah.
all y'all is guilty. I don't give a damn, because even if half of what is alleged here is true, Gerard, is true, Jay, is true, Ray, even if half of what is alleged is true, then y'all the lowest of the low, man, and y'all got to pay.
Yeah, and how do you pay this shit back too? Because it's $720,000, and it almost starts making sense as to why Ted DiBiase Jr. wasn't pursuing any like wrestling work when he was done with WWE. You know, he was like, "Yeah, I'm just retired and chilling and working at a youth camp and shit." And you saw him taking these kids on a lot of them were black kids too, and they were all like doing a ropes course and like one of those zip court kind of things, and like go into like this camp because Ted DiBiase's father, Ted DiBiase Sr., has the Heart of David Ministries, and apparently they were embezzling money too. That I think that was settled or not. You have to fact check me on that. I can't fact check it right now, but with Ted DiBiase Jr., he was just like steady collecting money, man, and it's to the tune of a lot of money. And to me, this doesn't bode well for Ted DiBiase Jr., because Brett DiBiase already pled guilty to some shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he and like Nate said, he did plead not guilty. If he didn't do anything, I just want to see what happened. So what were we looking at right now?
All right, so this is just a story on it. Jury selection began Tuesday. DiBiase of Madison is accused of conspiring to fraudulently obtain $3.5 million in federal funds intended for needy families. Federal prosecutors allege he received money tied to welfare programs through sham contracts for services that were never provided.
Mm.
All right, so this is a federal contract. Okay, good. Yeah. So are these federal charges that he's in court for right now, or
federal trial?
Right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's gonna call Trump and get some kind of they'll give him some kind of money payoff and probably get off on that. But I do think there's still state charges that are pending with him too. So like a lot, like what's gonna happen with a lot of these kind of cases, like that dipshit that killed Renee Good in Minnesota last week. Because I've already talked to people in Congress and talked to different elected officials. A lot of these cases are because what the state of Minnesota is trying to do with the guy that killed Renee Good. And I'm going to bring it back to the Mississippi stuff, but I need to talk about this first. What the state of Minnesota is going to do with Renee Good is they're still trying to charge her killer with stuff, but what the Democrats in Congress are saying right now is that those charges are going to stay on ice until no pun intended, but they're going to stay on ice until things change, you know, and administrations and so in the state of Minnesota. So what's going to happen with Mississippi if they're all federal charges? Because I know Brett DiBiase pled to a state charge and a federal charge. But if they're all federal charges, it's I think the same kind of thing is gonna happen. Is like they're gonna like probably put this shit on ice. There someone in the DiBiase family, because they're just shit sick like this, is gonna reach out to Donald Trump. If you watch WrestleMania 4 and 5, Ted DiBiase is all over WrestleMania 5 or 4 and 5, conversing with Donald Trump, two fake billionaires, you know. So, so you know, so I do think there's a through line for them to try to like snake a pardon out of this shit if they're federal charges, if there's no state charges involved at all, you know.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And here's the thing, Chris. You mentioned Brett DiBiase. I ain't never seen this man.
Yeah,
I don't know about Brett DiBiase's history, but I do know, like, one thing I'm certain of, despite having never seen this man, Jay Lacey, is Brett DiBiase wasn't the damn mastermind of nothing. Brett DiBiase didn't orchestrate anything, and so follow the money, follow the clues.
That's true. Yeah. I echo all the sentiments that you both echo. It's just dastardly deceitful. It's just crazy. And it's like you said, Nate, you're supposed to be God-fearing people, but like, which God are you really serving? Like, it seems as though you're serving money, and it's shocking. Well, it's not shocking to hear, but it's just disappointing to hear as well. So, I share all the sentiments that you guys share. Ring Theory crew, your thoughts on this?
Go ahead and go, Gerard.
Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna let you go.
Nah, he went
I
the
went
first
first last time, bro. You turned this match off this time, brother.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not gonna add anything new to this space that has not already been said. It's heartbreaking. As a Christian, it's saddening to hear that you're using the Lord's message and opportunities to connect with people who are in need to provide basically support, help, to give a blessing to somebody. You're robbing people of those blessings. I really ain't got much to say or much to really mess with you for. So I can't stand for you. I can't stand with you. And as Nate said, I hope they can lift the crane up high enough so they can put you under there and lead the key. Because you're robbing people of opportunities. People are starving. When people don't know when their next meal or that aid is coming from, while you're sitting comfortably, that mindset that puts people in, that's just you don't know what that does to people. And so you need to be put in a place that puts you in a mindset. And so prison does that to you. It will put you into a mindset. And so you need to see a little taste of what others have felt. So hey, to the future. Jay?
Yeah, my thoughts are just like everyone else's, and they are guilty, I to these alleged crimes or whatever. It's just I hope they get prosecuted to the fullest extent. I mean, examples need to be made of these people, and but we'll see what happens with that. The thing that's disappointing to me is not only does it impact children, people of color, and there's ridiculous live in poverty. That's heartbreaking. Another aspect is that there's federal funds being held from California, Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota, and New York because of alleged fraud. Not one state is being mentioned by the name of Mississippi.
Right, yeah.
And Mississippi is federally charging these guys, but they're not having funds withheld. So that's another conversation for another day, but that's the disappointment, and that's the administration that we're living in right here in the U.S.
Finally, to kind of put a bow on this one, Ray, it's often misquoted from the Bible because people will often say money is the root of all evil.
Yeah,
that's not what it says. The love of money.
Yeah, it's for the love of money.
For the love of money. And that's what we've seen here from the DiBiase family is that they love money more than they love their fellow man, or even as much or more than they love God. And that's why they're in the situation.
Yeah, living the gimmick.
Living the gimmick.
Crazy.
All right, brothers. One more story on the docket. Last but not least,
we gonna make it under 5 hours, Ray.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Don't be like that. All right. There was a premiere on AMC this past week, guys.
Oh, Jesus. I was hoping we could avoid this topic, but
you mentioned it. You said we get around to it, brother Chris. We getting around.
Right, yeah. I guess.
TNA is finally off of Access TV and now on AMC American Movie Classics.
Why?
Because it's
this company ain't American. It ain't a damn movie, and ain't nothing classic about it.
Well, it was classic TNA in that first episode.
Indeed.
The bad parts of TNA. Yeah.
Right. We got some old faces with new names. We got AJ Styles returning home to the house that he built. We got Mike Santana reclaiming his throne. And the most important part, Black didn't crack, y'all. Elena Black is back on our TV screens. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. All right. So who wants to go first in tackling TNA coming to AMC?
I mean, no disrespect to the other brothers, but I think there's only one person qualified to lead off this discussion on TNA, and that would be one TN8.
Indeed, your old stomping grounds, Nate.
My old stomping grounds, and it's like, So here's how crazy this whole AMC thing was. I thought when I first read these stories that they were talking about TNA being shown in the movie theaters. And I'm like, people ain't going to see the movies as is, like actual Hollywood movies. If you look at the numbers, the box office dwindles every year, Gerard. So why they going to watch some damn Impact Wrestling in the movie theater when they can just watch it at home? But then upon further review, I was like, AMC American Movie Classics. First of all, I didn't know AMC was still in the game.
Yeah.
AMC, one of the classic cable channels in America. Like I think it was like tier 2 back in the day when cable used to have tiers. You had to be on tier 2 for AMC.
Right. I used to watch Imitation of Life on that channel with my
that's
grandmother,
a movie for you right there.
like 1,000 times, and
that's you
all
don't know about that, right?
The old shit. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
And,
To Serve with Love. All the Sidney Poitier,
like In the Heat of the Night. I used to. That was what AMC. Yeah. I was watching all the old shit off of AMC. They used to show It's a Wonderful Life.
It's a Wonderful Life. I just watched it again during the Christmas season, man. It still kind of holds up, dog.
It does. Too bad Jimmy Stewart is such a
Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah. Is that his name, right?
Jimmy Stewart was what was his name in the movie? George Bailey.
Yeah. He's too bad he was a fucking racist and all that shit. But
he was a man of his time, Chris.
No, he was a racist of his time, man.
Clarence, send me back, Clarence. There's too many Negroes around here, Clarence. I don't want to die.
There was a quick little trivia note. There was a TV show that
Paulie would have got along good.
Yeah, that Jimmy Stewart was gonna star in the show.
Okay.
And one of his co-stars on the show was going to be Hal Williams, Lester Freeman off of 227.
Yes,
the father. Yes. That was going to be like he was going to be like the young. This is like in the 70s. And he was going to be like the young cop, and he was going to be like a smart cop. And Jimmy Stewart raised fucking hell about that because he was black men are not smarter than white people and shit.
Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah. So this you can Google this shit. This really happened, you know.
I guess life wasn't so wonderful after all, Jimmy.
I mean, you know, that AMC.
Mary, every time a bell rings, a Negro breaks into my home, Mary. Jimmy, that ain't the line, brother.
Like so, AMC. A lot of that racial history existed there, you know.
Yes, so. AMC, this classic movie channel, man. Again, we're not going to talk about Jimmy Stewart. I might not watch It's a Wonderful Life ever again now that I know the true story about Jimmy Stewart being racist.
I don't feel so bad for never watching it. So
yeah, like, it's a good movie, but I didn't know Jimmy Stewart was racist like that. Like, here's the thing: I figured Jimmy Stewart had some prejudices because he was a man of his time, Chris. I didn't know it was so explicit, though.
Yeah, like so back in those days, because I study this shit, it was like Spencer Tracy wasn't a racist.
Mm-hmm. What about Clark Gable on these streets?
Clark Gable could have been. It's not really because he was a Republican. And he was a post FDR Republican, so he was a Republican, but he also had decent relationships with black people. So it's hard to say with him.
He was good in them Bugs Bunny cartoons, man.
Yeah. True that. Henry Fonda was not a racist.
Okay.
And
you passed it down to Jane.
Yeah, Aubrey. What's her? Aubrey Hepburn wasn't a racist.
Okay.
It really
Judy Garland wasn't racist.
Yeah, Judy Garland was not a racist. She was adamantly against that shit. And
you outnumbered Jimmy.
Yeah, so it just depends. Well, there's John Wayne.
Oh damn, Jimmy got backup.
Yeah. And if you wanted to make a defense of Jim Ross, or if you want to make an offense of Jim Ross being a racist, he is a big fan of John Wayne. But my grandmother's a big fan of John Wayne.
He just likes westerns, Chris. He just likes westerns.
my grandmother is a big fan of John Wayne. So
I don't know what it is. I think all black grandmothers once you go back a certain age, maybe black great grandmothers, like for some of our younger members of the audience, like they Gunsmoke.
Yeah, I was just in North Carolina. She was watching Gunsmoke.
Little House on the Prairie. They love that stuff.
Little House. The Andy Griffith.
I'm gonna tell you, R.I.P. to my grandma, Big Mama, man. Her favorite show. She would have me over there during the summer, and I'm helping her shuck corn or peas or whatever. And she's got her little chalk because she chewed tobacco, and she's like, "Turn on my stories." And I'm like, "Which stories?" I'm thinking she want to watch the soap opera. She wanted to watch this show back in the day that probably half of the audience has never heard of. The other half doesn't remember. It was called Branded, Ray. Branded was a show about this man that used to be a sheriff, right? But then he did something. He didn't even do nothing wrong, Ray. He stood up for what was right. But then the whole crew he was with, the sheriffs of the army or something, I don't know what he was, man. I was a kid. They ripped off his badge on his shirt and they took his gun and he was like, "Branded, scorned as a man who ran. What can you do when you're branded? But you know you're a man. Wherever you go for the rest of your life, you will know you're a man. Branded." Anyway, back to TNA, man. We didn't go on this tangent, Chris. I gotta bring it back.
Well, before we go back, how long was that show on the air for?
Brandon, I don't like. It maybe only had one season, but I can't even remember who started it. Maybe it was like a young Michael Landon as Brandon. Like, look that up, Ray. Effort that Brandon Western show.
I'll ask my grandma because my grandmother used to watch all that shit. She still watches
Gunsmoke, Little House on the Prairie. She watched all them joints.
Here comes the money.
Uh-oh.
Go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
All right, real quick, we just got a super sticker from SD52201 for $20. Thank you for the super sticker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Thank you for the double digits.
That's what I'm talking about, y'all. See,
The
that's how
super
you
sticker
earn
says,
the right
"Thanks
to
for being
DiBiase."
you." They just appreciate us for being us. Just says, "Thanks for being."
We appreciate that, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Since you sent that much, if you got a question, you could go ahead and ask it too.
Question if you got one, since we appreciate that. Any update on Branded, Ray?
Well, I didn't get a chance. I had to put the super.
Okay, all right. So then let me talk about TNA, and then when I finish that, you can tell us about Branded, and then we can go to everybody else's TNA thoughts. So TNA's on AMC again, the network for classic movies, and I'm just like, I don't see the fit. And mind you, Gerard, this is a company that's had a lot of weird network fits over the years. Spike TV was probably the most natural fit, and they messed that up because they couldn't get out of bed with Vince Russo. Then we were on Destination America, a travel channel, which was kind of like, I don't know if that's a fit, but hey, wrestling, you got to travel to see wrestling. I guess that's
right.
Yeah.
And they travel too, so
yeah, they travel, so it fits, I guess. Then there was another stop in between. Pop TV, y'all don't remember Pop TV, y'all? I don't even know Pop TV is still a thing. They was on Pop TV, and that bubble burst, and then they were on Access, and so now the next home for this vagabond company, this vagrant company, is AMC, and it's not a good fit, man. And so when I full disclosure, I've only seen clips. I haven't watched the whole show from start to finish, but it's like part of what makes being on TV as a wrestling company work is if the network is bought into you. And there's synergy, Gerard. And I don't know if there's synergy between AMC and TNA. The other thing is, I haven't seen the greatest reception from the audience about this first show. And so I always root for TNA. I always want the company to do good, even if they're not the number 2 anymore, the distant second that they always were back in the day. And now they're a distant third that's kind of in bed with number 1, but number 1 don't want to see them around their friends. So when it's daytime, they make TNA walk the back way around to get back to where they stay. Even though they got that kind of relationship with WWE, I still want TNA to do well. And unfortunately, I don't have high hopes for this. The good thing about TNA is they are resilient. They will always find they might be on Tubi next week, dog. They are resilient. They will find a home on somebody's television.
That is true.
All right. Before we go to the rest of the fellas, what's up with Brandon, Ray?
All right. In this Western series, Jason McCord, the only survivor of the Battle of Bitter Creek, is court-martialed and kicked out of the army because of his alleged cowardice. Rather than demean the good name of the army commander who was actually to blame for the massacre, McCord travels the Old West trying to restore his good name and reputation.
Brandon. Scorned as the man who ran.
What years was it on the air from? From 19 what to 19 what?
It said it was only on for one season, 1965 to 1966.
Damn.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I guess it did.
My mom was
brand.
Yeah, my mom was born in 1965.
A long time, but a good time.
Well, he didn't snitch.
That was her show,
Okay.
though. She loved that show.
What'd you say, Jay?
I said he didn't snitch, so okay.
Right.
I would give it a shot.
We need to make a remake set in the Wild Wild West, but with modern storytelling techniques, starring Michael B. Jordan, directed by Ryan Coogler, called I Ain't Snitch.
I ain't snitch.
What the sequel is I should have told.
I should have told.
I should have told.
But yeah, Brandon, now hearing that description, because I don't remember the details outside of that theme song and them ripping the stripes off his jacket, because that was visceral as a kid. Granny, why they tear that man shirt up like that? Because he's branded, baby. I don't even know what that means. I'm a kid. Explain the military justice system to me. But it was almost like Kung Fu, if y'all remember Kung Fu, where
with
roaming around the countryside, fighting crime, helping people. That's how Brandon was. He was trying to get his reputation back, but the way he did it was he went to all these little villages and would help people and stuff. So shout out to Brandon for that one season that was on the air back in the mid 60s.
Money, 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 money.
Right.
In the building.
All right. So T. Anthony comes in with the super chat. Thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars.
Okay.
Who would have thought that Jimmy Stewart, who would have thought that Jimmy Stewart and John Wayne and Dick Murdoch were the original members of the NWA's The Racist Club? Now it now makes sense. All right, so
Mary, I'm not saying I don't like the Mary. I just don't want to live next to him.
Right.
And then our unofficial statistician and information guru, Dashing Derek Mitchell, says, for context, Brandon starred Chuck Connors in 1965 through 1966, who also played the Rifleman.
The Rifleman, yes. Yes.
Okay.
She loved the Rifleman too. Yeah, you said Jason McCord. Was that the character name?
That was the character's name.
Okay, yeah. Chuck Connors was the star of Brandon and the Rifleman. He had a type. He was like, I'm about to be out here in these wild, wild west shooting people and trying to show that I'm a man because I'm branded.
Spaghetti westerns.
Yes, the spaghetti western. Shout out to Sergio Leone, unless he was racist, which he probably was, allegedly.
Allegedly.
All right. Gerard, what's your take on TNA on AMC?
if this was the whole reason why we gave up the start of the Mike Santana title run, I'm sorry, man. We could have built something way bigger and way better.
True.
When you're building to a TV debut, and I'm trying to say this in the most respectful way possible. Kazarian ain't the one.
I agree.
He's not. You had something surefire with Mike already.
Right.
Now, maybe you wanted the title change on the show, so that's one thing. And delay the title change.
Right.
But you had to get it off Trick, and Trick was gonna give it to Santana. Cool. Just build up something with somebody else who's good on the roster. Put Mustafa Ali in this position. Like, I don't know, just build him up to be in a position to be challenging for the world title on this debut episode. That's a surefire, great wrestling match right out the bit. Or maybe, I don't know. Not this for your main. Like, everything I got from the show, I'm not really. This felt like a average episode of Impact, if not like less than. And this is not how you should be jumping onto a network. I get there's some things that were out of their control. I was excited to see Danny Luna, who's somebody who I saw last year at WrestleMania at a DPW show, now building herself up to kind of match that same aura she had on that DPW show. Now she's got it on TNA Impact. Seeing her challenge for that world title is something I wanted to actually see. Her not actually doing that because of the visa stuff kind of bummed out. Leon Slater wanted to see him on the show. Visa issues, because I'm like the momentum, but hey, he kept that momentum because he said, "Oh, I can't get over there, and they want me over here, so I'm gonna smack with it." Like, what can I say? So I'm not mad at Leon for what he had to do, but that hurt the debut, in my opinion. It's just there's a lot of like TNA's had a lot of positive energy year after year after year.
Yep.
Of growing in the right direction. This, to me, this ain't a speed bump. Or if this is a speed bump, this is that like huge speed bump that they put in your neighborhood, and you was hitting down. It's a 25, and you was hitting 55 down that block for sure, thinking you was gonna do something special with that speed bump, thinking that you was the one that was gonna get right on over it just fine. Well, guess what? You hit this speed bump, and it's a massive one. Your trunk is over there on the sidewalk. What we gonna do to pick it up?
Jay Lacey, your thoughts on TNA on AMC, and was it helped or hindered by the fact that the lead-in was Equalizer 2, Electric Boogaloo?
You know what? They got me again. I thought TNA was really gonna do something with this, man. They got me again. I mean, every time they go to a new network, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna see what happens. And here's the funny part. Okay, so I work from home most days. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch TV in the living room on the big screen. Then my son came home. What you doing? I'm gonna watch TNA. TNA? I was like, yeah. It's on AMC, man. And then I comes home. Hey, what you doing? I'm gonna watch TNA. So she's thinking, hey, this is for the podcast. He's doing some research. I'm gonna let him watch TNA over here in the living room. That Ash by Elegance match, with the inspiration or whatever.
Oh yeah.
I have secondhand embarrassment. I was like, you know what, we can turn the show. She's like, no, this is for research. I said, no. I'll take it on a way to listen to their reaction because I can't watch this no more. And so she was like, my wife was like, you know what? Yeah, this was. I know it's scripted, but this was not it. And she was absolutely right. And for me, it's like TNA done it again. They got me. They hooked, line, and sinker. And I was suckered.
Brought the whole family into this.
I was bamboozled, hoodwinked, all of that.
Let us straight, run amok.
Yeah, run amok. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, they're not gonna get me next week. They're not gonna get me for quite a while. I'll keep paying the Post Network to review.
Wait until you see TNA on BET, brother. TNA on BET.
It might just be on TikTok, the shorts or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They keep messing around. They gonna end up on Tubi or something, man. But they're not gonna end up on my TV, man. I just feel bad too, because it's like I'm not so much upset at the performers. It's the main office. Y'all knew that y'all had a pay-per-view to prepare for, and you had to know that two of your talents were not going to be at the show due to visa issues. So how do you regroup? You told me about Dark Winds, a show I'm never going to watch. I think they got more pub than they had 3 matches. It was just not a good show. They should be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for them. I don't even want to talk about it no more. So I hand it over back to y'all.
Chris, that you agree with Eric Bischoff despite the fact that he had 83 good weeks out of his entire life. But you and Eric Bischoff, I think, on the same side of your opinions on TNA on AMC.
Yeah, this was not a good show, man. And I'll give you a little bit of backstory on the synergy. Haven't read this in any official trade, but I'm just going to assume this is what it is. Television is going streaming, right? I mean, it's just how the way TV is moving. Everything's digital. Everything is streaming.
Right.
AMC is a 24-hour movie network. They show classic movies. Back in the day, it was like shit from the 50s and 60s, Now it's shit from the 80s and 90s. And I don't even think they really show 70s stuff that much on AMC. More so 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
And keep in mind also, like, they've been doing well with the recent television shows like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul,
but
with their 28 spinoffs as well. So
yeah. So are they showing current episodes of Breaking Bad on AMC?
Well, Breaking Bad's done. Better Call Saul's done.
Better Call Saul's wrapped too.
Right. Yeah. So that was the thing. They moved to original.
They got the Daryl Dixon thing with the Daryl Dixon spinoff with So AMC does need original programming. It's in TNA does serve that need for the original programming. The problem, I mean, there was so much shit wrong with this episode. It was good to see AJ Styles cut the promo. The production was kind of weird because it was good in some ways and then horrible in other ways. It was like I counted maybe 3 wrestling matches on that show. It was just filled with a lot of exposition and talking segments. It was just a very unwatchable show. I really don't think that TNA is going to be long for this AMC world. Because, and the thing about the movies these days too, and now that there are no more new episodes of Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, all this stuff is like all the movies you want to watch in 2026, even going back as far as 2014, 2013 and shit like that, are on streaming. You want to watch, Total Recall for the 50 millionth time. You could just go to you find it on a streamer, so AMC, the future of that kind of television, like live television, is gonna be questionable for like watching original programming, right? And it's just so much easier to watch shit at your own convenience and your own leisure. What you had to do with TNA on AMC is you got to turn it into appointment television. Because the problem with wrestling is a show
like just in general, is something that you can watch at your own leisure. You know, I can count maybe on one hand, maybe two hands last year the amount of times I watched Raw live or Smackdown live. I always caught it on a replay. And even with AEW, I only watched a few episodes of Dynamite live. So it's just one of those things. I do think that them being on AMC is an okay thing. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing, but it's an okay thing. But if you keep doing shows like that, is just, I mean, like, what the fuck are we doing at a certain point? And I was one of those people that always, like, when they had Randy Orton fight old dude for the
Joe Hendry.
Hendry for the TNA title at WrestleMania, and Michael Cole went out of his way to say this is not for the TNA title, like winning the TNA title was a bad thing. You know, I was real offended by that because I'm a fan of TNA, and there are a lot of like A-list guys that held that belt. You know, Drew McIntyre held that. You know, for their current guys, AJ Styles. You know, there's a lot of their current guys that have held that title. But when you see programs like that, you can understand why Randy Orton wouldn't want anything to do with that shit, you know? So get your act together, TNA, man, because I like, and I'm one of the, I didn't fall for anything because I was home anyway. I didn't plan an event around it, and once it starts sucking, I turned the channel, so it was really easy for me to do. But yeah, if I would have planned a night around this shit, I would be angry, you know.
Ray Williams, you are only hope for some positivity on this subject. So please enlighten us, Ray, as to why TNA and Elena Black on AMC, America's Milk Channel, was a good thing.
Oh no!
Oh well, that'll probably be the only. Jeez, man. Wow. Yes, definitely. Let me go ahead. Yeah,
go ahead.
America's Milk Channel. Yeah, that's definitely deserving. Wow. I can't stop that. All right. She gonna be the only reason why I watch anyway. Probably.
Damn.
At least you're honest.
At
least you're honest.
That show gonna go platinum in the Williams household.
Yeah. Like Chris was mentioning, I think AMC was hot like 10 years ago. I mean, they ain't really hot no more.
Yeah.
So
and even they had a hot show. I don't know about the channel being hot too.
Like stringer shows. Like I said, like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Mad Men.
Oh yeah, Mad Men was
hot. Mad Men was like that, but that's way back in the day too. Is Mad Men though? It's not. Yeah. That was like in the 2000-ish.
Yeah,
you know, was it
2000?
And they before that they had Remember When in the 90s.
Yeah, like if TNA could have hopped on the AMC bandwagon 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they might have been doing something.
Right. Because that's how all those cable networks are. Like even USA is garbage now with the original programming. Back in the day, it had like Monk, Psych, and all that shit. Yep, even TNT,
Silk Stockings.
The last good show on TNT,
USA Up All Night.
Yeah, the last good show on TNT was Animal Kingdom, once they decided they were just going to do away with all that shit.
TNT had a season too, man. Franklin and Bash.
Yeah, Franklin
Rizzoli and Isles.
Yeah,
Men of a Certain Age.
Yeah.
They brought Southland when Southland was
NBC
with
Regina King.
Yep. That alien show with Noah Wiley that I always forget the name of.
You keep forgetting the name of.
Yeah, it's a good show though. Yeah.
The Librarians joint.
Oh, the one with what's it called? Leverage.
Leverage was hot, cuz.
Yeah, that Aldous Hodge was on Leverage. Yeah, that's what
Fallen Skies. Fallen Skies.
Fallen Skies with Noah Wiley, who ended up on the Leverage revival, so it all comes back around. Yeah, I did like Leverage, man. Even though I guess the lead actor like did some dirt, and now we don't talk about him no more.
He was
not Timothy Chalamet, but the other Timothy.
Timothy Hutton, I think.
Timothy Hutton.
Aldous Hodge doing his thing. You know? Shout out to Aldous Hodge.
Yeah, what's it? Cross.
Alex Cross. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Picking up the baton from Tyler Perry.
Right.
Derek Mitchell
said the less said about that, the better.
Claws.
Claws was good.
But AMC, like I said, AMC, like you guys were mentioning, it's better than Pop TV, better than Access TV.
Yeah.
That should be their slogan. Hey, it's better than Pop TV.
It's better than Pop TV. But I just think, like you guys mentioned, is mediocre episode, even though it's supposed to be like their debut. It's good to kind of, like y'all mentioned, have AJ as kind of like that tried and true face of the old era, of the glory era of TNA. If only they could get other people involved from that glory era, but that's going to be pretty hard. Lord knows you're going to have to pay Christian Cage a good chunk of change to come on down there. But and like you mentioned, Gerard, I just think them doing that stuff with Mike Santana just for him to win the belt back, and then like you mentioned, you literally had a pay-per-view 2 days later. Like you're not really pushing for the pay-per-view for that. Like that. And then you're pretty much gonna have the same match again. So like you ended up having Mike Santana going up against Kazarian again. And I love Kazarian. I think he deserves all the good things. He does great work, but yeah, he shouldn't have had the title. And then like this whole call your shot thing. So Kazarian and Nick Nemeth were both the winners. Kazarian cashed in his shot, but then Nick Nemeth still had his shot. So then Mike Santana wins, but then Nick Nemeth going to try to cash in on the pay-per-view, but doesn't end up winning enough, or at least doesn't cash in. I don't know how this stuff goes. Come on. Together. Yeah. And and it is funny, Jay. You mentioned being embarrassed watching a women's match, not for the reasons that like back in the Attitude Era that you would be embarrassed of watching a women's match. You're just embarrassed because these women can't.
It's not executing. The execution is not executing. It's bad.
Jeez, but yeah, God bless the icon.
But at least Tessa Blanchard got a payday, right, guys? Let's look at the positive.
Oh no,
Perez Hilton got a payday.
Yes, he was actually probably the most entertaining celebrity on there. You know.
And I heard Dixie Carter got booed too. So
she got booed out the building. I forgot about that. Yeah, like and that's the thing too. And I think that's a TNA problem. You know, they should have. You should have a better gauge of how your fans are going to react to people like Dixie Carter, you know, because I could have told you she might not be met with the best reaction. Maybe if you were in Tennessee or something like that.
At least Dixie took her booing like a woman, like an adult, unlike some people, Dwayne.
Yeah, he's not even trying to face those boos. He's got
you don't want smoke.
You don't want the problems.
Yeah.
Try and get his Oscar and leave. But yeah, that's all I got about TNA.
Hey, hopefully they improve, man. But yeah, This first show felt very much like one of the first Hogan episodes when Hogan first came to TNA. Where it's like we're just gonna try to create a buzz, but it's not. You're getting a buzz, but not for the right reason.
Right? Yeah. It's just some confusing shit too. I don't know if this was on the show or the pay-per-view because I saw this clip online. It was probably after already. But when Sonya Deville came out, Santino introduced her, and then she cussed out Santino. And then I don't know what the fuck they were doing, man. Yeah, I think we can table this. Not table it, end it and not talk about it again.
Hey, at least they know they got Ray Williams viewership week to week.
Right.
For one segment.
Hey,
I would like to ask Lance Storm like what went wrong with this episode because Lance Storm is honest. Huh?
Leon Slater went wrong. I mean, they advertised a bunch of matches they couldn't deliver on because I mean, the left, Leon Slater wasn't going to show up. Danny Luna was not available. So I mean, they had to pivot. You have to be able to pivot, and I don't think they have the roster to go ahead and do that.
Right.
Unfortunately. And final thing that I'll leave off on is I think Nate is T and Nate right now, but I think going forward it's going to be T and Ray.
Ray has inherited the mantle.
Arena Black.
Ray is just waiting for TNA to actually sign with BT after this AMC deal goes south. He's like, they were serious about black entertainment.
The thing that annoys me the most about TNA is they fix things in that company that really don't need fixing. First, the name TNA was fine in the first place. I mean, granted, it was a double entendre because Vince Russo was a perv like that, but okay. It was a brand that was established. But then, so you change the name, you change the ring back to 4 sides, whatever.
Right.
I mean, the 6 sides made you identifiable, but
I do miss the 6 sides.
Yeah, but then you changed the name to Impact, which was fine. I didn't give a fuck about that. And then you change it back to TNA. Like, who cares what the name? Put on a good show. That's all you need to do. It doesn't matter what the fucking name of the show is at this point, because I don't think there's like any like value in TNA that doesn't exist with Impact or any value with Impact that doesn't exist.
It's easier to chant TNA, Chris. It's easier to chant.
It's easier. Yeah, but I mean,
Impact.
Yeah.
Impact Wrestling.
No, like so it would have to be like if their show was called Impact World or something like that, they'd have to chant Impact World, something like that. It'd have to be because they can't they could chant Impact, but I don't know if that has a good ring to it.
Yeah.
When I say Impact, you say World. Impact World.
Something.
And that brings an end to TNA season. Ding, 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 ding.
Man. You done gave that Riyadh jingle so much press.
That's about the only good thing to come from this partnership is that damn jingle. It gets me even with the what was the fight, Ray? We talked about it on the Nefarious. Canelo and Bud
Crawford,
whooping feet. Like even hearing the jingle on that, I was like, you know what, Turkey, you could do what you got to do, Turkey.
Doggone Turkey. Well, that is all the topics that we have on the docket tonight. Okay. A swift 5 hours.
I thought we were gonna make it under 5, Ray. What happened?
See, you jinxed it. I told you not to say anything.
All right, so that's gonna bring to a close the January edition of the NWA Podcast on Post Wrestling leaders of the new school. We hope those that are still watching enjoyed the program. Those that are listening in the future, we hope you dug the conversation that we went on this evening. But before we get out of here, let's go around the horn one last time and get some plugs from the crew, starting off with the man that may never be able to watch wrestling in his own home again after the events of this past week. Upper mid-card, Jay Lacey. What you got, Jay?
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks, Nate. You can check me out on the Nefarious Network at shows like this one here. We got Ring Theory that's coming up later on this month. We got some topics to talk about, future events with going on with AEW, TNA, fortunately or unfortunately, and WWE and NXT. So, check us out there. You can catch me on Instagram at Jarek_wins. And so that's really all I got. Shout out to Post Network for giving us the platform as well too. And check me out on Ring Theory, the Parlay, NWA, and we'll see how we just make it do what it do. Thanks.
Okay. Appreciate you as always, Jay. Let's go from Jay Mysterio to his Ring Theory tag team partner, Bad News Brown. I don't know if it's bad news. You probably got some good news for the people. Gerard, what do you have coming up, and where can people find you on social media, brother?
You can find me sometimes in the back seat, in the middle seat, in the passenger seat. Rarely, if ever. Maybe sometimes I get the option to somebody gets sleepy at the wheel. They want me to drive, but I'm on the drive for 500 here at the Nefarious Media Network. So you can always catch me on that. You can catch me on Ring Theory. We'll definitely be doing some predictions for the year. Probably predicted, hey, who's gonna win Money in the Bank? What do we think maybe are gonna be some of our WrestleMania matches of the future? Who could win the Chamber? We'll discuss some of those futuristic picks and look what we have probably coming out and going into the Rumble and all that. So check out our Ring Theory and subscribe to Nefarious Media Network. Thank you, Godfathers at Post. Appreciate y'all.
All right, Gerard Brown, always good to have you as part of the team, brother. Chris Ely, Professor. Where can people find you? Where can people read this Substack that got people like Jake Tapper and maybe even John Tapper going crazy on these streets? What you got going on, Doc?
Yeah, so I think Lincoln Square is going to put out an article from me. I've got like 4 or 5 down the pike with them, so they got a bunch of stuff.
Chris got something in the chambers. So, what he's trying to say? How many stocks does Chris really have in stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5.
And I'm making a double-digit annual salary off of the Substack now, so hopefully we keep growing that.
You can't make money legally, DiBiase family.
So also I wanted to, before I check out, I wanted to give two quick RIP shout outs. One to my homie TK Carter, actor. He was in She's My Girl or He's My Girl back in the 80s, and I think he was on a season of Punky Brewster and stuff like that. Very funny comedian.
Wasn't he originally in the cast of Saved by the Bell when it was like Good Morning?
Yeah, he was in that as Mike. He's my neighbor in Monrovia. So there used to be a spot in Monrovia called the Powerhouse. And TK, I used to see him there when me and my wife would go there. They had good pizza, wings and stuff. They closed down last year, but he was like the main like comedian and promoter at that spot. So I was a little bummed when I heard he passed away. So RIP to him and his family. And and like I was sad when the Poorhouse closed in 2024. It was Poor P-O-U-R.
I was gonna say that's a great name.
Yeah. So I wanted to I was sad when it closed down, but now that he's gone, I don't even know if I'd want to go there anymore because he was just so much the life of the party at that spot. And then also want to give a RIP shout out to Renee Good. She's heard the way that these motherfuckers have like dragged her name, and leave it to MAGA. I mean, we got eyes, motherfuckers. You know, it's not like we can't see what happened. You know, and just the gaslighting and trying to pretend that this woman was some kind of like notorious thug, and just it's sickening. It's disgusting. And she should be here with her family, her wife, her kids, all that stuff. And you know, hopefully this kind of gaslighting shit, we could stop it sooner rather than later. When those midterms come up, you know what you got to do, because these cats are not. The country is a police state right now. We are not a legitimate nation state at the moment. I don't think people understand that. You know, federal agents can pull you over, shoot you, and not go to jail for it. So I mean, these are serious times, and I'm not trying to put us down on a horrible note, but I just got to mention that. And so RIP to Renee Good. Yeah. So, and then are we doing something tomorrow or not? I don't.
Yes, tomorrow we'll be back with the episode of the Parlay at around 6 Eastern.
All right. So yeah, see y'all tomorrow. And I figured out the AEW stuff. So. But we got to give them a bigger notice than a week. So if anybody,
they're gonna be in LA in March.
So yeah, I'm not going to LA. So, but if anyone's in town, if everyone's gonna wants to do media, just let a brother know, and I'll apply for it.
It was supposed to be a surprise, Jay, but you know we couldn't get you press access to the AEW joint in LA, but we got you access to that next TNA on AMC, dog.
If you're gonna be at the LA one, I can apply for media to that one. Just let me know. I don't think I'm gonna be in the mood to go to any wrestler shows in March, but you know, and next month I come back like Jordan wearing the 4-5 because that's my age. So so
we'll talk offline.
Okay.
Yeah. So
we go from Chris coming back like Jordan wearing the 4-5 to a brother whose favorite player of all time was Jordan on the Wizards, Ray Williams. What you got for the people, brother?
All right. Well, first off, shout out. I know he didn't peek his head into the chat today, but shout out to Brandon from New Jersey and his friend Leo. Hopefully,
shout out to Leo.
Shout out to you, brother. Secondly, it's officially the first year anniversary of our rebranding. So happy anniversary to everybody involved in Nefarious Media. Appreciate all of the support from everybody involved, and we're going to try to
Ray out here on the Jeff Jarrett TNA grind. They said it wouldn't last. Ha ha.
So we're going to keep on working hard to help grow this thing. So and if you're listening live, it's also Martin Luther King Day here in the United States.
Yeah, happy MLK Day.
If you're listening to this either like later in the week or maybe even in the second week of February, if you're spacing out like an hour of the podcast per week, get out there and do something, guys. For MLK, it's usually MLK Day of Service. So if you can go ahead and help out some people in your community, some groups in your community, whether it be going out, helping out with the homeless, or donating food to food banks or things like that. Please go out and please be a service to your community, a service to those around you. Like Nate was saying earlier when he was going into the word. If you do these for the least of these, then you do these for me, Christ once said. So please go out there, help your fellow man, especially with all this division that's going on in our country right now and in our world today. Please be a light, be a shining light in your community. Help those who need help. Yeah, go ahead, support. It doesn't necessarily have to be just on MLK Day, but on any day, please go out and support those within your community. As for me, where you can find me, you can always find me on the Nefarious Media Network. Should be spinning, or I keep going back to the old name. The Styles Break Fights podcast. We're trying to prep something for the UFC premiere on Paramount, so keep your ears tuned for that. As far as finding me individually, I ain't on Twitter no more, y'all. I ain't on Twitter. I was telling Nate off air, I'm done. I'm done with Twitter. But you can find me on Instagram at MondoDondo1. You can find me on Blue Sky at twowray.bluesky.social, blah blah blah, that they like to do. Yep.
All right, shout out to Ray Williams for all his work in front of and behind the scenes here at Post Wrestling, also with Nefarious Media. For me, you already know what it is, man. You can check me out on the Nefarious Media Network. As Ray said, we are officially on the 1-year anniversary of the starting. On the way out.
Yeah, I know you gotta say when we got money, it doesn't matter. I got to cut in. T. Anthony says, "Happy anniversary, Nefarious," and then Brandon from New Jersey peeked his head in. Just want to thank you guys, man, and Leo thanks you as well as he battles with a crippling war with IBS. So again, shout out to you and shout out to Leo. Hopefully, he continues to get better and improve from the condition.
Shout out to a restrained Brandon from New Jersey tonight. We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
And keep fighting, Leo. You know, we rooting for you, brother.
Yeah, IBS is no joke.
Nah, it ain't no joke, man. So keep fighting, Leo. You know, you got people in your corner, man. But yeah, 1 year with Nefarious, man. It's exciting to see how this thing progresses. Like I said, dude, you know, we ain't gonna stop anytime soon. We'll be back later today. In fact, at 6 p.m. Eastern, roundabout there, for the latest installment of The Parlay, featuring myself, Ray, and I don't know who else is going to pop in, probably Chris. But I have word, Chris and Ray, and whoever else wants to show up, Gerard, Jay. Tomorrow, we will be joined by the prodigal daughter of the Nefarious Media Network. She ain't been around in a long time. Jennifer Smith. Of the Avenge Hers Initiative will be joining us on the Parlay, so you don't want to miss this. Jennifer Smith. Here's the thing. I asked her as a friend and as somebody that works with her in Nefarious, but I also kind of guilt tripped her, Ray, because I left her a message when I was at work today. I was like, hey, Jenny, because she's been wanting to work out schedules for a while, and I was like, hey, it'd be really great if you could come on tomorrow. If you can, I understand. You know, but we'd really love to have you show up on MLK Day, but if not, hey, I can get over it. You know, we've come a long ways, but there's still a long ways to go. And then she messaged me like maybe 5 minutes later. It was like, fine, damn, I'll do the show. So Jenny will be joining us tomorrow or later today on the Parlay. So y'all don't want to miss that. Check out our YouTube channel. Subscribe right now. Like, well, not right now, but after this show ends, pop on over to the Nefarious Media Network YouTube and subscribe. Hit the like button and all those things, the bell icon. That way you know when we go live. And we go live each and every week. Stay tuned for the next edition, the next installment of Styles Break Fights. Stay tuned for Ring Theory. Jay and Gerard, they in the kitchen, man. They in the kitchen as we start down this path, this road to WrestleMania that begins at the Royal Rumble. The latest installment of Super Salad is up right now with myself, Ray, OG Rachel, Chris, and Brent Chittenden. And we had a very fun episode where fun maybe not the word, but a very interesting episode where we talked about Allison Mack from Smallville doing all these podcasts now, following her release from prison and talking about her experience with the NXIVM cult and Keith Raniere. We talk about that. We talk about Wonder Man, which debuts next week, I believe, on Disney Plus, and our thoughts about the trailer, which I had to fight, pulling back the curtain. I had to fight to get that episode back on the air, Ray, because the mouse was like, "No, bro, that don't belong to you." And I had to fight to get that episode put back on YouTube, but it's back up there now, as well as in podcast form. So check us out on that, man. Just subscribe to everything. Subscribe to the socials, IG, Blue Sky, Threads, Twitter, if you're still on Twitter, Facebook, all of them, TikTok, because we're trying to do some big things here this year, man. I already told the fellas, man. I'm gonna tell y'all too. That way I can hold myself accountable, much like Gerard and his prediction that one day, even if Roman Reigns is 89 years old, one day, Braun Breaker will pin that man's shoulders to the mat. 1, 2, 3. This the last year I'm gonna be working at this particular shoot job. Not to say I won't be working at another shoot job in the future, but this is the last year I work at this shoot job because I need to devote more time to what we're building here in Nefarious. And y'all can help us with that, man, by signing up for the Patreon, by subscribing. And if you're already subscribed to the YouTube and the Patreon, share the shows with your friends, man, because we're trying to make some moves. Finally, and you can bring me out for this, Ray. Finally, you can find me at @8 MOZAIK, Nate Mosaic on Twitter, Nate Mosaic 757 on Blue Sky, and Black Nate, BLAQUE_Nate on the IG. I want to send a shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, man. Appreciate y'all brothers for allowing us the platform each and every month to do what we do and say what we say. Shout out to Righteous Reg, the good brother Righteous Reg from Fightful, that provided us with our theme song that y'all enjoy each and every month. Shout out to my guy Austin James for the NWA Podcast logo. And most importantly, thanks to you, the listener, the viewer, the audience, because without y'all, what we do wouldn't be as good. And so we appreciate all of y'all each and every month here at Post Wrestling. So that does it for this edition of the podcast. As Ray mentioned, man, MLK Day, try to make a difference in your community. Even a small difference can be of great effect to somebody's life, man. If you don't know what to do, I'll give you some hints, Jay Lacey and Gerard and Chris and Ray. Start off by thinking, back in the day, the slogan used to be WWJD. What would Jesus do? The new slogan for 2026 is WWTDJD. What would Ted DiBiase Jr. do? And then do the opposite of what that brother would do. And you're going to make your community and your world a better place. But yeah, man, we enjoy this. Keep watching Post. Keep rocking with Post. Keep rocking with Nefarious. We're going to keep this thing going. So, for Jay, for Chris, for Ray, and for Gerard, I am the Godfather Nate Milton. We will see you all next month in February. And y'all know these February editions of the NWA Podcast get a little extra Nubian in February. So stay tuned, because as we all know, Ray, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. Wait for it. Do, 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 do. We'll see y'all next month. Hit the button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather, post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring, we invested in. Nubian kings and queens, we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.